that there's no core human nature when...
What's up? What's up? We're going to have a chill stream tonight. I just want to watch this. I've been meaning to watch this for a while, so I just want to watch it, listen, maybe learn something, maybe not. Play some Terraria, chillax. You know?
Really, the evidence that there's a core human nature is pretty damn strong, particularly perhaps if you think biologically.
This has been going through 30 minutes. This is Jordan Peterson, Dennis Prager, some other smart guys, going through the book of Exodus in the Bible. This is his Exodus thing. It's 8 episodes, and I think 8 episodes is, each episode is 2 hours long, so is long. So let's get to it.
So why this insistence? And I can't help but think it's because, well, you want to remake people in the image of your ideology, and so you have to insist that they have no intrinsic nature, because otherwise...
What's up, Mr. Mad? Yeah, this is live.
Realities of the transcendent nature get in the way of your Luciferian presumptions.
There's no God, no truth. There is only power.
Right. Well, that's the Dostoevskian issue in some real sense, isn't it?
I want to pick up on what you said, Dennis, a little before, and I want to propose that there might be a very important narrative reason.
We need to build another house.
The midwives are Hebrew in this case, and the reason I think it's a good lesson for us today, which is that the tyrant is empowering women to kill their men.
Nice.
That is what the tyrant is doing, and he's doing it in order to.
We need to build another house.
The Hebrews.
Here.
And,
we already have a house
and I think,
basically here. So I need to
make
a bed.
No wonder you get in trouble all the time.
Yeah. Let's make a bed here.
I think that it's important. And the reason why they won't do it is because they fear God, is because they're able to see beyond
Happy New Year,
the power
Jalen.
that the Pharaoh is handing them at this moment. And
I have a couch.
When we think that couldn't happen, like in a people, it's like, look around you. We're seeing it happen before our very eyes.
That's so interesting, because it also implies that, well, it's in the best interest of the tyrant to dispense with those figures who might pose a threat to the tyranny.
That's right.
And those would be tough men.
That would be the men.
Right, because they're the ones who keep the real tyrants
That's such an intelligent point that it reinforces your reaction to what I said. Maybe the text is purposefully ambiguous about whether or not they were Hebrews or Egyptians.
Yeah.
And you've swayed me.
Well, I've seen that purposeful ambiguity in other texts.
So let me just say, I know I identify a bias in me, and
you can sleep. Spawn point set.
I'm very, I hope, self-aware.
Good. So the first learning episode has actually occurred.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to build another bed.
The Torah goes out of its way. This is one of the fundamental beliefs of my life, to portray non-Jews positively and Jews negatively. It's one of the reasons I believe it's a divine author. If Jews had made up the Torah, they would have come across much more positively. They come across as awful, as a general rule. And non-Jews from...
So it's anti-propaganda.
Anti-propaganda, certainly. Noah is a non-Jew. Of course, there were no Jews at that time. But Moses' father-in-law, who's the great advisor to Moses, is a
phenomenal show and choice of alcohol. What is that? Drinking whiskey and watching. Oh, It's Always Sunday in Philadelphia. Yeah. I don't know. I've never really watched it. I've heard it's good, but I haven't really watched it. But I do like whiskey.
Midianite priest. The daughter of Pharaoh is a non-Jew. She saves Moses, and it is just a consistent pattern. And I thought that the midwives was part of that pattern. As I say, God is ethic-centered, not ethnic-centered.
Okay.
And this is taken as the first civil disobedience, isn't it?
That's right.
Why did I take
first
silk
example
with
of
me?
someone standing against a crime against humanity? And I don't come down either way, but I think you can make a strong point for Dennis's.
Right, so that it implies that the relationship with God is actually what enables people to have the strength to stand up against the tyrant.
Yeah. If you think of the Nuremberg trial, they didn't actually have a basis for what they were saying. There's no international law.
Right.
They were reaching, and maybe the same thing is intuitively they know.
Well, that's certainly what Solzhenitsyn thought about the Nuremberg trials, is he believed that the fact
Why did this
that
vulture follow me out of the desert?
the Nazi atrocities were regarded as wrong, independent of cultural context. He thought that was a signal achievement of the 20th century because it reestablished not so much the existence of good, but definitely the existence
some
of
wood
evil.
while we're out here.
That was something I found unbelievably convincing because I thought, well, you've got a real conundrum here. It's like,
you've got a real
was
conundrum.
what the Nazis did evil or not? Because those are the alternatives. And if it wasn't, it's like, okay, well, you can move ahead on that presumption. Or you can accept that it was evil in a transcendent sense, because that's what the Nuremberg trials were about. And then the terrible implication of that, in some sense, is that if evil genuinely exists, then its opposite genuinely exists. Because it's not going to exist without its opposite. And so, as soon as you accept the reality of the evil of Auschwitz, you're in a metaphysical world in some sense, because you have to simultaneously posit the existence of a transcendent good that's at least the opposite of that. And part of what I've been striving for 40 years, I would say, is to identify what is the opposite of the spirit that produced Auschwitz. And some of it, Solzhenitsyn detailed out so nicely. It's the spirit of truth, and
conundrum.
Frankel,
What a
it's
fun
the
word.
Spirit of meaning.
Pharaoh talk
and,
is international.
I think you can make a strong case that it's the spirit of love.
Mr. International.
And it's some amalgam of those three things, and that doesn't exhaust it. And it's the spirit of play and voluntary association,
2024, but
and
I just
freedom.
wanted to say hi.
All things that are stressed in the Bible.
Was I part of your New Year's resolution not to watch epic YouTube videos? Was that your epic YouTube streams? Was that your New Year's resolution? That's a whack. It's thundering like a mug. We got eyeballs. I have a better weapon. Why did the music just get crazy? What's happening? Why did the music just get scary? What is going on? There might be an event. Might be a dang event. Might have a boss creeping up on us. What is going on? I've never heard this music. Yo, the thunder off the hook. Yo, the lightning. What's that plant? What is this music? This is hype. Y'all can't hear it as much as I can. Hold up. Hold up. I ain't trying to get involved in the lightning. The thunder rolls. I don't think anything's happening other than nighttime and a thunderstorm. What happens if you go up to a sky temple in a thunderstorm? Maybe there's a boss up there or something. Bang! Oh my god. Do I really need to bust out the big guns? Happy second day of 2024. Oh yeah. Happy first day of the rest of your life. We need some torch action in this piece. I'm just going to cut down trees at night. I'm going to cut down trees at night. Look at all the zombies in this freaking... Oh, they got out. Stop. Oh my god, this stupid bat. Here, I'm just going to snipe all these guys from the edge. I can't see anything. Did I put this vine here? What is this? I probably got stuck at some point. Didn't know how to jump. Stop. Stop it. We're killing everything. We got the big swords out. Man, I'm in the midst of doing something, you guys. I'm trying to get some wood. Pause. Bust out the... Bust out the... Watching the Republican media is my resolution. But seriously, you are all free from being thy enemy. I don't think I represent Republicans. I think Republicans are damn liberals in disguise. I'm a little more extreme than that, Jalen. You gotta go a little farther right. What? Why doesn't he like Evan, though? Evan Williams? Who doesn't like Evan? It's ridiculous. All right, let's go back to Jordan Peterson.
Biblical narrative. And
where there is no vision, a people perisheth, as in Proverbs. And I think that's very important, this notion of, well, contemplation. We'll come to that in particularly chapter 3, but this sense of a vision of goodness as having an inspiring quality. And
it is a vision too, and not just a mere verbal conceptualization, right? Which is why the artistic endeavor is so important, and the architectural endeavor, because it's not merely propositional, that vision. One of the things I learned with my students and with my clinical clients was that, and I helped them do this, was to help people develop a literal vision for their life. It's like, okay, if you could have what you wanted to arm you against the slings and arrows of fate, let's say, or to at least defend you against it, in principle, if you could have what you needed and wanted, what would that look like? That's a kind of prayer. It's like knock and the door will open, and ask and you will receive. It's like, okay, you could conceivably have what you wanted, but you have to specify what it is, and you have to have a vision of it. And part of what the humanities education should do, and the religious education certainly, is to flesh out a vision of a mode of being and a mode of perception that would justify suffering, or maybe even more than justify it. So,
well, you could say, I suppose, that if theists are faced with the problem of evil, atheists are confronted with the problem of good. Trying how to make sense of goodness, how to make sense of what it is that drives their moral indignation and their great social revolutions. I mean, one of the most terrifying moments in the Nuremberg trials was when the Nazis advanced the defense that this was simply victor's justice, that they had not really broken any laws. They were scrupulous legislators, after all. And
following orders.
Joshua, do you like Evan Williams? Are you trying to figure out what whiskey to send you?
Into the abyss.
You're trying to figure out what whiskey to send me? Send me some Jameson. I like Jameson. Ah! That's a problem. We need to get some torches up in there, because that was a death fall. Death fall! Whatever. At least I'm lighting the path as I go. Where am I going, by the way? I might need to go... I know where I'm going. I'm not there yet. Not there yet. All right, the moaning has got to stop. The moaning. Jameson is smooth. What cigarettes do you like? I don't know. I prefer like Marlboro Blacks, but I usually just smoke Lucky Strikes because they're cheaper. I'd rather you just send me money instead of indulging my bad habits. What the? What's a cheap whiskey? Like, what's the cheap whiskey? Like the McCormick's of whiskey. I need a torch over here. We need a little torch action up here. It's a little dark, you know? It's getting dark. Stop. Chill out, frog. We hear you, okay? We get it. It's almost morning time. It's almost morning time. And we're just now arriving at our freaking destination. Recreation destination. Okay, do I need to save torches? No, I have 600 torches. I think that's enough, hopefully. We could set some torches on this thing as we fall, though. You know, just to help ourselves out for later. He's got an umbrella and I've got an umbrella. I don't know why there's two paths going down here. Don't ask me why. Here's a little house. This is not the house where we're going. We have a long way down. We got to get down. This is why I'm changing my spawn point. I figured out how to change my spawn point because I'm sick of walking from here all the way to here, and then I have to go all the way down to here every time I want to try to set up for this boss fight. Because I need to set up an arena in here, which is hell, by the way. It's not hell, it's the jungle, but it's freaking hellacious. Something just got in my house. Why are you in my house, bae? All these chests are full because I... Okay, so... Okay. Okay. I just need to put the bed in that house down there. I just need to get down there. To here. Put the bed in the house there. I wish you could set waypoints. Wine is fine, but whiskey's quicker. T.W. Samuels is the cheap whisker. I've never even heard of that. Lucky Strike Reds are the best. I'm about to smoke one soon. Oh, yeah. Okay, back to the video.
So how is it that we're going to make sense of our deep intuition that this is evil of an absolute
Let's
kind?
hope we don't die
And
on
I think
the way
this is
down.
one of the great, as a matter of historical fact, one of the most important motivating factors behind the emergence of the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights, of course, in 1948, and with it the entire sort of rights-based regime of morality that is with us still, that has proliferated and expanded.
So the problem on the atheist front is, on what basis can these things can be claimed as self-evident? What's the grounding for that if it's just not? And the postmodern critique of that, in some sense, is that, well, all that nonsense talk about rights and freedoms is just instrumental camouflage, hiding a more fundamental will to power and desire to oppress. Right.
And the worry is that the only answer available in a purely sort of secular framework would be because this document tells us that this is wrong, or this document tells us
Is this
that
my
this
path?
is right.
No.
Right, so that becomes part of the social contract, and in which case the problem emerges immediately again. It's, well, that's just
That's
an arbitrary
right.
social
So the
contract.
solution
to
effectively
the right
carries
of where
within
it
it this
we're
the
making
sort of
an alternate.
replicates the very problem that it was trying to
Do
solve.
I have an alternate
That's
path
partly
down
why
there?
I'm often interested in talking to biologists. You know, I've talked to Franz de Waal most recently, and he's a primatologist who's worked on elucidating the principles by which chimpanzees organize their social hierarchies. And the Marxist,
What is this?
really, and classic biological take on that for simple-minded biologists is that the chimps use will to power, right? The alpha chimp is the most
gold
powerful,
coins.
most dominant, meanest, roughest, boxer, oppressor. And de Waal's work, conducted over about 30 years, has showed that that's not just wrong, it's anti-true in some sense.
Lucky
so it's
Hermie
exactly the
Poops.
opposite
Nice.
of the reality. Now and then you can get a chimp who rules by power, but
Nice.
it
I'm glad I came down
destabilizes the
here.
troop emotionally and socially, and his reign tends to be short, brutal, and meet an extremely violent and murderous end. It's not an effective strategy, and what de Waal has shown
Doesn't sound
is
like
to
an effective.
stabilize
There's a heart
the
up there, but
iterative
I already have.
interactions within a troop.
There's two
The
hearts up
alpha
there,
male,
but I already
who
have.
sometimes can be the smallest male in the troop, has to be more reciprocal than any other individual in the troop. And so the basis of chimpanzee power is peacemaking, reciprocity and stable long-term social relations between males and between the more authoritative males and females.
But does that allow us to use the language, does that analysis allow us to use the language of good, or rather, are we only licensed by Dewell's analysis to speak of adaptive value, reproductive fitness?
Well, I'm kind of hoping they go like this because, you know, the idea of
like
the
this.
reciprocity that allows the alpha chimps to maintain their sovereignty across time is something very much like treat your neighbor as if he's yourself. And so I think that
that's kind of a
there's no
universal.
reason to assume that the ethic, if it's transcendent, couldn't emerge out of the material and descend in some sense from the spiritual at the same.
Without reducing goodness to a mere morality, to a mere survival mechanism.
Right. Well, and mere isn't, it's not so mere either, right? If it's a survival mechanism, it's pretty damn deep. And we could also think, if we were expanding our notion of what constitutes the biological, we could also think of the patterns of behavior that are most germane to our survival.
Okay, I just need to get to the house. I need to stop playing games.
They're embodied.
Ain't got no time for no games.
They're outside the propositional domain.
Although often it's the case that we think of the highest moral act as extinction, laying down one's life.
I want to destroy all of this central, this rock here. I want to get rid of all of that.
Yeah, well, right. So there are definitely
This whole room is going to be a fight area.
Mere proximal survival seems to contradict
Campfires,
an even
platforms,
deeper instinct.
tables, to
I mean,
make
I
sure
would
we
say
don't
that
fall
the
through.
willingness of, it's tricky, right? Because my wife was talking.
House down here. Clear out all this. Clear out all these
about
platforms.
the
This is
behavior
going to
of
be a
men
big
when
fight
the
area.
Titanic was sinking, and many
House
men
here.
sacrificed themselves to save the women
Many
and
men.
children. And in a sense,
Many,
that
many, many,
violates
many
the
men.
purely biological
Wish
impetus
death
for
upon me,
self-preservation,
Lord. I
let's say,
don't
but
cry no more.
if it's serving a higher or
Okay, house. So, what are the stipulations that this will be a complete house? Needs to be enclosed. Whoops. Okay. Stop, stop, stop. What's attacking me? Okay, let's hang the chandelier back up. And maybe it'll turn on. Okay, we need to make sure everything's walled in. We need walls everywhere. We have a campfire. What is this? Something's broken down here. Okay, we need a bed. Couch. Now let me see if I can set this. Spawn point set. Spawn point set. So if I die, I should be able to come back here. Then I need multiple. I need a couple chests. Yeah, because this thing's almost full already. Let me see if I can craft a chest right now. No, I'm not at a... Stop. See, and how do they shoot me through my own house? I think I might have to close off this roof passage. Yeah, we might have to close off this dang roof passage access. Give me some wood. Not wood platform, straight wood. It'd be easier if I could come in through the top, but they jump through my platforms. I don't think they can jump up through my platform at the bottom, though, so... Let's see. Stop. Stop. 2,000 arrows. There's some way to make poison repellent or whatever to stop you from getting poisoned. I should figure out how to do that. Chest. Can we craft a chest? Not without a furnace and a thing. All right, hold on. I gotta go up top to where I put my furnace. Kind of got to learn to dodge the arrows. Okay, you know what? Let's start from the bottom and just work our way up. How about that? We basically just want a lot of torches, platforms, campfires. Let's put campfires right here for now. And go 8. Where's my pick at? 7. What's up, Molten Crown? WSG, what's that mean? Hola, Flor. No, I don't want to talk to you on Discord. Oh, we got somebody from Russia in here. Shout out. Okay. Yeah. Stop shooting things at me. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Where's my arrow? Stop. Escape. Oh my god, I suck with the controls. Where's he at? Where'd that bee go? Oh! That's not what I meant to push. We need to kill all these things. I hate when I'm building and something comes and attacks me. I hope I have enough platforms. Whoa. Kill the bees with a yo-yo. I hit the wrong button. I need to change my controls up. The bow is supposed to be on 4. Oh my god, there's so many bees over here. Kill them with the yo-yo. Stop. Enough with the yo-yo. Well done even when enumerated? What does that even mean? Enumerated? What are you talking about? You see how many enemies just constantly develop here? Yo, he just dropped a heart. I've never seen that. I suck with aim on this freaking bow. That's why I need a bigger enemy. Once I get the boss, it'll be easier to hit it. Look how many bees just keep coming. How do you stop the bees from coming? What the heck? How am I going to fight the boss when I can't even kill the dang ads? Oh my god, this game is freaking pissing me off at this part. I don't like this stupid jungle, and these bees are everywhere. And I end up wasting all my arrows finding the ads. I can't even get to the boss. Oh my god. I'm just trying to build an arena. That's all I want to do. Oh my god, I can't build it, because once I start trying to build it, they attack me. Oh my god, this freaking part. I don't like this. Look, there's platforms everywhere because I start rapidly clicking when they attack me while I'm in the middle of building. And there's just platforms everywhere. I can't just build a freaking... Look, I'm getting shot at from every freaking direction. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. There's stuff everywhere! Oh my god, I'm about to die. Well, we're going to test if the respawn point thing helps. Oh my god. Wow, there's... The whole screen is covered by enemies, and I'm supposed to build an arena here and fight a boss. This is ridiculous. Yes, I respawned where I wanted to respawn. Nice. Okay. Oh, look. A giant vine thing can just come into my house. That makes sense. That's awesome. They are shooting things everywhere, constantly. There are constantly little things flying at me that you can't even see. Then there's these little bats in the dark. Oh my god. That I can't even see. God, every now and then I'll just get hit by a little random poison dart that's flying around. This is ridiculous. This is crazy. Crazy. What do they want from me? Stop! Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so ridiculous. This is insane. This is insane. I do not... Look at my house. To get into my house, I gotta go through 14 bees. Oh my god. I don't know. I gotta recoup and figure out... Good luck in life to y'all. I don't believe in luck. What's WSG mean? Hola, Yosh.
Order ethical precept that is even more fundamentally related to survival across time, then maybe the contradiction could be ironed out.
I suppose in evolutionary terms, the logical thing would be, though, for the women and the children to go first on the Titanic.
Yeah, well, the men are more expendable, right? Because you need fewer men. If push comes to shove, you need fewer men.
But to go back to the Hebrew midwife, or the Hebrew or the Egyptian midwives, they're intuitively saying something against the highest power in their universe, the Pharaoh.
And to their own danger.
Well, exactly, which is quite extraordinary. You probably know the story of W.H. Auden coming to faith. I mean, he was a self-professed left-wing atheist. And early in World War II, coming to take refuge in New York, he would follow the documentaries, weekly television, and one weekend he went in to see the documentary on the siege of Poland, Nazi stormtroopers bayoneting women and children. And it was in the Upper East Side. A lot of Germans, America hadn't declared war. The German audience cried out, kill them, egging on their own countrymen. America was neutral. And Auden sat there in 5 minutes. He says, I can't say this is absolutely wrong. There are no absolutes. That's old-fashioned whatevers believe that. But then he said, I had to say there was an absolute if this was absolutely wrong. And he said later, I left the cinema a seeker after an unconditional absolute. Came to faith in God. The only basis for it.
There's something very deep about that, too, because it could easily, like one of the things I've come to realize about the symbol of the crucifix, and I'm just speaking psychologically here and not theologically, is that at the very least, what that symbol is it's the impetus among billions of people across 2,000 years to look at the worst thing they could imagine. And so there's an idea that you come to understanding of transcendent good most particularly through focusing your attention intently on what is undeniably tragic and malevolent. And that could be, I really think that's true psychologically, because one of the things I became convinced of studying the Holocaust atrocities and the Gulag atrocities in particular was the absolute reality of suffering and malevolence. And then you think, well, because it's pain, suffering, and cruelty.
I'm gonna close off.
Those are undeniable realities. That's the Auden experience.
I don't know.
You say, well,
I don't
is
know.
there anything more real than pain, suffering, and cruelty? And the answer would be yes. That which can transcend those three things. And it could easily be that you cannot
How do
make
I only have one
contact
stone
with what
block?
transcends those without diving deep into the nature of those as deep as possible. And I certainly
where's my wood?
see the biblical narrative focusing, for example, on the crucifixion, but not only that, as the collective attempt of mankind in some real sense to come to terms with the worst that life has to offer and to discover as a consequence something that transcends that. So,
well, do you know the story of Philip Halley? You know, the Jewish scholar who spent his life investigating the Nazi war crimes and all that. And one time he was so depressed by what he was studying, he was ready to commit suicide. And sitting in his study with this wealth of literature, picked up a little pamphlet he hadn't read before. And after about 5 minutes of reading, he thought there was a fly in it. It was a tear. His heart had been hardened, and he read the story of Le Chambon, the little Huguenot village that rescued 5,000 Jewish children. And he said it was heart-cracking goodness.
right. Yeah.
And that was his intuitive.
The woman who wrote The Rape of Nanking, she committed suicide. And no wonder. You know, you look at that sort of thing, and if you look at it deeply, it just tears you into pieces. And then the question is there anything that can put you back together? And that really is the question. And it's the question everybody faces in life in some real sense, right? Is how can you not be torn apart into despair and
I need something to
by
make me immune
catastrophe
from
and
poison.
malevolence?
What I need.
And that is the question that faces everyone. So, all right, the midwives feared God and did not, as the king of Egypt commanded them. There's a lot wrapped up in that line, as it turns out. But saved the men, children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said unto them, Why have you done this thing and saved the men, children alive? And the midwives said unto Pharaoh, Because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are lively and are delivered before the midwives come in unto them.
Lively.
Therefore God dealt well with the midwives.
Wait, is there a banner down there?
That's a very interesting line too, because, well, do you want the Pharaoh on your side or do you want God on your side? That's kind of the question. And the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And so despite their persecution, they're doing fine. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared God, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, so he's getting upset here, every son that is born you shall cast into the river, and every daughter you shall save alive. So that's echoing that.
Spiked jungle banner.
Emasculation
There's a
of
banner
the people
there.
of Israel here in the most fundamental sense. So that's Exodus 1.
Two
Exodus
banners.
2. And there went a man of the house of Levi.
I need to
and
hang
took
these
wife
banners around
a daughter
here.
of Levi.
That's an important verse.
Okay, have at her.
And it is. My favorite part of writing the commentary over these years is to take these verses that seem like nothing and realize it's so important. These are the parents of the savior of the Jewish people, Moses, but there's nothing special about them. And that's what that verse says. A certain man of the house of Levi went and married a Levite woman. That's
So it's
it.
a lowly birth motif.
A lowly birth motif. He doesn't come from royalty
I can't
or
with
divine
this. I
stock
can't. There's
or
spikes
anything.
everywhere.
Just regular folks gave birth to Moses.
Oh my
Just
God.
regular folks,
Just-
right. Oh
just.
yes, very nice, very nice. And the woman conceived and bare a son. And when she saw him, that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. Remember, the
goodly?
Egyptians are going to kill the firstborn Israelite
Look at
males.
all these man-eaters down here.
And when she could no
Paused.
longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes and daubed it with slime and with pitch, a little boat, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the flags by the river's brink. And his
Forgive me,
sister,
the word
How did
for
they
boat
just
is
spawn
the
here
same
like
as
this?
Noah's Ark.
oh yeah,
This is the saving of the world again.
right, okay, so that's interesting. So she makes a little structure,
Right.
which is what you do with children, is you build a structure around them.
But it's the
protect them.
word for the Noah's Ark.
Okay, and this is also the first indicator of what becomes a very profound symbolic motif in the Exodus story, because
You can,
Moses
Josh. Come
is
on.
allied
Even
with
other
water
cultures believe in their
throughout the
own
narrative,
one
whereas
God.
the
They still
Pharaoh
have
and
other
Egypt
gods
are
there.
allied with stone, and stone seems permanent and immovable, but it's brittle and hard and lifeless. And Moses
this
is
thing?
continually represented as a master of water and transformation. And so this is the first time you see that. Water is
And water is Moses' undoing. He hits the rock and says, I will get you water and not God, and doesn't get into Israel.
right. Well, so I guess that's when he misuses his relationship with his power over water. And water is chaotic, right, from a symbolic perspective. And water is associated with what you immerse yourself in when you're baptized. And water is like the pre-cosmogonic chaos that exists at the beginning of time. And so for Moses to be a master of chaos and water is also to make him procedurally the antithesis of the tyrant, because the tyrant wants everything in stone and solid, and Moses is the antithesis of that.
And there's also, I think there's also the one thing that happens is you have an extreme. You have, let's say, the Pharaoh, and then you have water. And what happens is, what Moses is going to be doing through the entire story is making that mediation between what is above and what is below. And now you have this little image of the ark as being a little microcosm, which is what you see in Genesis, little microcosm of the world that exist in this extreme, right? Because in the flood, what you have is a return to the beginning, where now it's heaven and earth, and there's nothing in between. Like both of them can't sustain life. There has to be a hierarchy of reality that gets pulled out of the water, and that's what Moses is going to do. He's going to go up the mountain and bring down the law, and that is going to create that structure, that mediation between. Because even in the text, we'll see later, like God is also. Just God and the people doesn't seem to work, because God is
God's
constantly
too much.
wanting
God's
to
too
consume them. And it's like, no, don't consume them. So we need to have this mediation where being lays itself out and kind of falls down into the world in a way that is appropriate
One
for...
of the things Jung said, and this is sort of relevant if you consider psychedelic
Platforms
experiences as
go.
well, which can be far more than people can tolerate. Jung said part of the purpose of religious
I
practice was to
lost my
stop people
platforms.
from having religious experiences. And he, because he was very interested in experiences that were extreme enough to border on psychosis, for example, and that if you don't have those intermediary structures between you and the absolutely transcendent, which might be reality itself in the ethical and material sense,
Hornet
then
banner.
that's
We got a
just
hornet
too
banner.
much.
Nice.
And you do see that
That's
echoed
good.
in motifs like the burning bush, where God tells Moses later not to look at him directly, at best to look at his back. right? Because you just can't
I'm
withstand
gonna close that off with a
direct
solid
contact
surface,
with something that exceeds your comprehension
Like
in every
keep 'em from
dimension
coming in here?
simultaneously. No matter how good it is, no matter how complete it is, it's just too much for the mortal soul to bear. And his sister stood afar off to wit what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh, that's so interesting that he's rescued by the daughter of the Pharaoh, came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept, and she had compassion on him and said, "This is one of the Hebrews' children." That's an interesting line from the Jungian perspective as well, because Jung would have regarded the anima, the animating principle, which is the feminine spirit, as part of that which is constantly antithetical to the stone-like patriarchal tyrant. And it's very interesting that it's the Pharaoh's own daughter who actually proves her compassion, her genuine compassion for a helpless infant. So genuine compassion properly placed constitutes part of the power that can be used against the tyrant.
And she's placed exactly in the same position as the midwives, where it's like, here's a Hebrew child, and now once again it's a woman who saves them. So it's like, this is stop. Say that's the role of the feminine, is to nurture, is to potential, is to hold, is to do all these things in order for the person to find their independence.
Right.
This section of the game is retarded.
Of a paradox here.
So many enemies
The man
constantly.
from nowhere, the Parsifal figure in a way, and yet he's discovered by the Pharaoh's daughter.
So he has dual. So you see this motif is replicated unbelievably commonly as, say, the motif of the orphan. You see this with the comic book character Superman, most particularly because Superman has ordinary parents. I think he lands in Kansas, if I remember correctly. And so they're just ordinary farmers, but really his parents are divine, right? They're heavenly. And the Superman brings both of those together. And there is this motif that each of us are the sons or daughters of our fathers and mothers, our proximal fathers and mothers, but simultaneously we are the true sons and daughters of the divine culture, let's say, and the spirit of culture, and nature, and the spirit of nature. And so each of us, that's why when you're born lowly, let's say, you're actually not. Because regardless of where you're born, you're also the child of, well, of everything, of nature and culture, and of the transcendent simultaneously.
And indeed Christ, I mean, born in the stable, carpenter, but the Davidic lineage. So again, you've got that.
Repeat after me. I will never steal from the weak, the vulnerable again.
Sticky dynamite.
Okay, thanks.
Web rope. What is this?
That's why the descent into Egypt is so important, isn't it?
Yes.
It's clearly sort of recapitulating that motif. Yeah.
But here, a very obvious point: all the heroes are women.
Yeah, well, it's so interesting that the proper heroic target of the women's heroic action is, in fact,
I can only make 2 arrows?
Helpless infant.
The heck?
Right? The compassion isn't being misplaced. Because compassion, as far as I can tell, that overarching compassion is particularly appropriate when it's directed towards that which is truly helpless. But if it starts to be directed as if towards infants to those who could be competent, then it starts to become destructive. So it's feminine compassion in the right place here. And so even if it's the Pharaoh's daughter.
Maternal virtues.
Yes, true maternal virtues, right? Which is the care of the truly helpless and well, perhaps the truly
when I start
oppressed.
the boss fight, I'll put those arrows in.
Then said his sister
How did I
to
make
Pharaoh's
those?
daughter,
Poison
"Shall I
dart?
go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that she may nurse the child for thee?" And the Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." And the maid went and called the child's mother. Very sneaky of the Hebrews. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, "Take this child away," so she adopts him, "and nurse it for me, and I will give thee thy wages." And the woman took the child and nursed it.
How do I make arrows?
And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. So now he's the son of the king, the grandson of the Pharaoh. So interesting that.
It's also very powerful as an adoptive father. I have two sons, one biological, one adoptive. And this has always spoken to me profoundly that she is regarded as his mother, and she's clearly not his biological mother. In Jewish tradition, she is which is remarkable to me, because you would think blood would be dominant, but in later Jewish tradition, she is called Batya, the daughter of God, and she is regarded as Moses' mother.
Really interesting.
Very interesting.
Why can
For
I only
those
make
who are
25
interested in
arrows?
the Greek and have a more kind of have taken on the Greek philosophy and everything, St. Gregory of Nyssa sees the relationship between the two mothers and the relationship between his allegiance to Egypt and his allegiance to his
can I only
mother
make
as
2 arrows?
the relationship that we have with the pagan past. That is, that we are to learn and to be nurtured by our pagan ancestors and the pagan stories and the pagan philosophers, but to a degree, to a limit. And that ultimately, when you'll see later, Moses discovers or chooses his true allegiance by ultimately killing the Egyptian, but that he won't completely discount it, you know. And it's
Well, it's also the problem we all have when we're being
audio does
socialized,
that
because
weird
to
cut
some
every now and
degree, to be socialized in a time and place is to fall prey to the prevailing
How do you
tyranny,
make an
right? To
arrow?
become an
Pointing dart,
avatar of
just
that
arrow,
culture,
pointing
and the tyrannical aspects of that as well. But hopefully to simultaneously unite that with, you could say, the spirit of Israel, which is the striving towards the wrestling with God, and then to make that paramount. And so Moses' lineage is representative of the lineage of all of us, and we struggle with that, right? Because now people are ashamed of their
Why can't I make more arrows? What the heck?
identity,
Wooden
which
arrow.
is the
How do you make a
patriarchal
wooden arrow?
tyranny and the capacity that has to produce the atrocities of the
can make
past.
flaming
But we
arrows.
have to come to terms with it, and the notion that Moses kills the Pharaoh is
Wooden
something
arrows and
like the
torches.
notion that,
What about
well, he
gel?
overthrows or he kills the Egyptian, is that you overthrow that tyrant within, even though you necessarily owe allegiance, and then you follow something higher, something like that.
Important to, I mean, this is quite an obvious point, but I think it's just important dwelling on the point that it's Pharaoh's daughter. This is a non-Jewish moral agent who acts in a saintly way, and I think this gives us a first taste of a theme that's going to come to dominate.
Right, that morality isn't bound by ethnicity.
That's right. This is the great gift of the Jewish people. This insight that morality is universal, is a gift to the world, is something that all human beings, as it were, are bound to. Paul later in the New Testament makes this point again in Romans 1 and chapter 1 and chapter 2 of Romans, that the Gentiles, as it were, have the law written upon their hearts.
Wood.
And I think this will be something that's very important when we come to look at the Ten Commandments and so on. But
Yeah, so that's another echo of that notion of a transcendent good, right?
Exactly, which in the context of ancient Near Eastern religion, it's difficult to sort of exaggerate the point too much. You know, that it really is quite extraordinary, this
I don't know how
idea
to make
that
a
there is a
regular arrow.
moral code that cuts right across all tribes and all nations.
Well, it's
and all religions.
anthropologically absurd in some sense, because the
Absurd!
anthropological
I love how he
evidence
says
suggests that
absurd.
we're pretty damn tribal, and that the fundamental human response, in some sense, towards people who aren't of your tribe is that they're not human.
Yeah.
So it's really an amazing vision beyond the parochial confines of, well, tribe and nation.
It's the first real discovery that morality is a possession that all human beings have, it's a crucial point. I mean, people often say that the Code of Hammurabi, and that there are these sort of insights into how other peoples and other tribes are to be treated in an ethically responsible way. But I think here it really is. It's a remarkable insight. This sort of the universalism, the objectivity of moral value.
And to Dennis's point, the elevation of the foreigner to an ethical status that supersedes the ethical status of the in-group ethnic member. Right, amazing thing. That's an amazing thing. It's very hard to account for that.
If I put a platform here,
Divine authorship.
It's very interesting relative to that point that we were talking about the midwives who choose not to kill the children. In the case of the mother, I just think this is an amazing image. I mean, the mother can only save her son by giving him up. And not only giving him up, but actually commending him to not simply the river, but to, I mean, the anti-ethnic character of what's going on here, that somehow she must commend her own son to what you might perceive of as the enemy.
Well, that is what happens when you raise a child, though, and especially true if you raise a son, is because the son has to move beyond you into the culture. And if the culture has a tyrannically patriarchal element, which would be the Egyptian element, let's say, then in order to foster your son's development, you have to let the world take him. And that would even be the case if the broader social world has that tyrannical proclivity. And if you don't do that, you fail as a mother.
Though there's a deep sense in
Look
which
at all these man-eaters
can only
on my
be
house.
fulfilled by transcending itself, and that's what you see here. That you can only save the son.
How do they
by
freaking develop?
literally
How do
giving him
they?
up.
Yeah, well, that's
spawn
a
on my
sacrifice of
house.
the child motif, right? So, which is a very difficult. That's a very difficult idea to come to terms with. You see that in the Pieta, in some sense, that great Michelangelo statue, where you see Mary offering her broken son to the world, and that's what mothers do, right? That's what they have to do. I think that's equivalent to the female crucifixion in some real sense. It's like you have to allow your children, you have to offer up your children to be broken by to the world, broken by the world. Yeah, so. And it came to pass in those days, when Moses was grown, that he went out into his brethren, that be the Hebrews, and looked upon their burdens. And he spied an Egyptian smiting a Hebrew, one of his brethren. And he looked this way and that way. And when he saw that there was no man around, he slew the Egyptian and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Hebrews strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, Wherefore smitest thou thy fellow? And he
Wherefore
said,
smitest thou thy fellow?
Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Intendest thou to kill me as thou killedst the Egyptian? And Moses feared and said, Surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moses. But Moses fled from the face of Pharaoh and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. So back to the water imagery there.
I just want to say about this little text. This is actually one of my, if I have a little favorite text in Exodus, it's this little text, because it's a little microcosm of, again, of what's going to happen. Because Moses has to do 2 things. He has to overthrow the tyrant, and he has to help the Hebrews become something. You have to bring them together so that they become a nation. And it's like, that's right there. He kills the Egyptian, and then he gets in, because he's not in the right place. Like, he does it, but then he gets in trouble, and then he comes to his own brothers, and they're like, who are you? Like, who made you king? You know, who made you our chief? And so he has to go through this whole process again to now go up the mountain, have this vision of God.
Possibly, even though he's fighting the tyrant, he does it incautiously.
And he's doing he wants to do the right thing. And then ultimately it's all going to happen, because when he sees God, then he receives from God that authority, receives from God that capacity to then bring the law and then join and create, not create, but like consolidate, let's say, the Hebrew people into it.
Right, so the murderous impulse, which is generated by the moral revulsion against the slavery of his people, is manifest in that careless homicide, and that just about dooms Moses, and that would have doomed the entire enterprise.
Why do you feel why is it careless? Yeah.
Well, it's careless in that, okay, well, that's a fine question. It's careless in that he presumes it's only going to be successful if it's done in secret, and it turns out not to be secret. It turns out to be revealed, and I think that's part of your point, isn't it? Unless I misunderstood it.
Well, I mostly see it that it's like it's a messy version of what he's actually going to do with the proper authority from God. He doesn't yet have the authority from God, so he does this thing. He kills the Egyptian, and it's messy, and then he tries to reconcile his brothers, and it's messy, and he has to flee. He doesn't have what it takes to do it, you know, and so he has to. So you can think about it like in terms of your own bad habits or whatever. You know, you can try to take them on, right? You can try to change your habits. You can try to consolidate your attention. Yeah, good luck with that. You have to go through the desert. Like there's a whole process of prayer and purification that you have to go through before you can attend to those things. If you try to take on your own like tyrants, just like that, good luck. Like they're going to come back and smack you
you're
down.
Not the man for the job.
That's
yet.
right. Not yet. That's right.
But Dennis, you said earlier there were a couple of Levites. You know,
oh my God! All these arrows.
Don't your
The stupid
traditions
bat.
say that Levi was the one who, went out and slew the people who raped his sister, and he took things into his own hand. And
The Messiah will come from Judah, and he went and got a prostitute to his own daughter-in-law. The origins of our heroes are look at what David did. Again, the father of the Messiah. The man not only commits adultery, that's pretty common, unfortunately, because he has the man killed to sleep with his wife. That's, by the way, I have zero interest in bringing any politics into this, so my point is not political at all. But that was my argument with regard to Donald Trump. The idea that because
we don't want to hear
a
about
man
your
who has
regard
committed
to
many
Donald
sins, he is not an appropriate leader has no biblical basis.
Well, we'd all be in trouble if the precondition for
Oh, he was
for
pro
action
Donald
was
Trump or
sinlessness.
against Donald Trump? It's Prager.
That's clear.
Yeah. And wasn't what was William Blake's dictum? Wisdom through excess. And there's also ideas that are reflected in the Gospels too. That
jungle bat. Did I
there's
get a
more
banner?
treasure in some spiritual sense heaped up by those who dare to sin.
We need to put the
and
jungle
then
bat banner up.
Then
We need to
repent
put
and are reclaimed than those who are too terrified to take any action whatsoever on the off chance that they might make a mistake. Christ says the same thing in Revelation when he comes back as a judge. He says that his harshest judgment isn't reserved for those who are hot or those who are cold, so the good or the evil for that matter, but for those who play both ends against the middle and sit and never commit. And so, and that's really an interesting idea, right, is that in some real sense, God, at least how God's represented in the Old Testament, is definitely the spirit on the side of the adventurous, for better or for worse. And that's quite something, right? Because it also, I think, bears some shed some light on this notion of the terrifying element of the transcendent. It's not, whatever God's goodness is, it's not some simple, harmless, like all-encompassing, weak compassion. It's something terrifying in its moral breadth, because it would really be something if the Spirit of God is on the side of the rampantly adventurous. And I think you can make a strong case for that, at least from within the confines of the biblical corpus. I mean, Abraham's an adventurer, Moses is an adventurer, Noah's an adventurer. These are people who, David's an adventurer. They aren't people who stayed home and
an urban adventurer
and tried to never cause any trouble. Right?
I'm an urban adventurer.
In and of itself. So,
well, faith is a venture. It's entrepreneurial. I think people of faith, I call it the entrepreneurs of life.
And so why make the entrepreneurial connection?
Well, there's a vision, there's a venture, there's a risk, there's a cost. You know, the whole thing is wrapped up with that.
Well, I think that's lovely to tie that in with faith, too, because in our culture, people often denigrate faith as belief in the unbelievable, as if it's first of all purely propositional, and second of all, it's just a denial of evidence. You see that in the atheist crowds constantly. But to me, faith is something like the willingness to take a risk based on a presumption. And maybe the presumption is, well, truth will set you free. It's like, well, tell the truth and see what happens. It's going to get you in a lot of trouble. The evidence that aggregates around you if you tell the truth to the degree that you can isn't that this is going to be the easy path forward. You have to decide. This is something Kierkegaard stressed, right, is that you have to decide certain things as preconditions for action, independent in some real sense of the evidence. And that's the faith. And this is when Abraham, for example, in his great adventure, he follows God's call out of the safety of the tent. The faith is to heed the call of adventure, even though he's got everything in some sense that you need if you're only interested in hedonistic gratification. But there's something beyond that, and it's faith that allows you to make those decisions.
Hi, Frank George here. This is the EMS
I don't know who you are, Frank George. EMS foot massager. He says he's not atheist anymore. He kind of was.
And that's coming from Moses, as John was hinting. I mean, here he does it himself. Who set you up? He did. And to take on Pharaoh by himself.
Right.
There's also, though, I think, as I'm going to argue, I think there's a profound sense in which Moses is a very weak figure, and in many respects, if the text is, as it were, about the revelation of a kind of transcendent order in history and about ourselves as readers coming to understand ourselves in that, I mean, I don't think we should presume that somehow Moses himself is not a figure who
Jungle
needs
slimes
that
are the
very
worst.
revelation and to come into it himself.
Right,
and I
right,
think that,
right.
you know, the persistent imagery we're going to see of Moses here is actually very weak and doubtless and failing and so on. So
He's
Yeah,
just
he's
an
unable to
emotional
speak.
older guy.
yes, he's himself in need of that discovery of himself and that transcendent revelation as anyone else is.
You see the transformation of Moses, although he does make that mistake. You see him move from a character who stands before
what
God.
mistake?
Of hitting the rock. Like that's the one mistake. It's like poor Moses. But he goes from this character who says, "God, I can't speak. I can't speak in front of people," and then he ends later as this shining figure that comes down the mountain, and people can't even look on him because God says,
these
"You
spiked
will be
slimes
God
are
for
worse
them."
than the
And he
beast.
has to hide his face because he's so radiant, and it's like that transformation is astounding.
They're really
He finishes
unfair.
with unstoppable words at the end of Deuteronomy. The man who couldn't speak is very eloquent.
Right. Well, and it tells you something about what constitutes the power of true speech. And the notion there is something like if the words are from God, let's say, it doesn't matter how impaired you are in your utterance of them. That's a secondary consideration. And so it's despite or maybe even because of your insufficiency in some real sense, if you're oriented properly, the words will. And I've met people like that who are not particularly articulate, but you listen to every word they say because their words are very carefully measured and chosen and often purchased at the cost of plenty of suffering. And they just have that depth that's uncanny in some real sense. And you call those people of genuine character, and you can certainly, when those people speak, everyone is still. And that's really something. It's really something to see.
By the way, there's a very interesting parallel since Abraham was raised. We know nothing, absolutely nothing about Abraham before God speaks to him. But we know a lot about Moses before God chooses him. And there were 3 stories, we've just done 2.
God,
killing the Egyptian
so
who was
stupid.
beating a Hebrew, interfering in the fight of the 2 Hebrews. And now he will defend these women who were not Hebrews against non-Hebrew male bullies.
Jesus wept.
That's a remarkable man. And in one case
Jesus
he killed,
wept.
in one case he spoke, and in another case he just stood up. He is a very impressive man at this point, Moses. And we know no one is going to ask, gee, why did God choose him? These are 3 impressive stories.
Right. So that they're all elucidating different aspects of his willingness to stand up against tyranny.
That's right.
And
irrespective of sex and irrespective of nationality.
Right, okay. Well, and we come to that now. Now, the priest
Honey
of Midian
dispenser?
had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds, these bullies that you talked about, Dennis, came and drove them away. And that's pretty low, eh? I mean, you come across a bunch of women trying to get some water, and your manifestation of your power is to chase them away. How pathetic. But Moses stood up and helped them. And it does say shepherds, not shepherds, so that means he's outnumbered. And watered their flock. And when they came to rule their father, he said, "How is it that you are come so soon today?" And they said, "An Egyptian delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds." That's an echoing phrase, right? Because that's another one of these fractal prodroma. Because the shepherds are bullying tyrants, and Moses is the delivering force there. And he also drew water enough for us, so that's a reference to the pre-cosmogonic chaos again that revivifies in the face of tyranny, and watered the flock. Amazing imagery in that line. And he said unto his daughters, "And where is he? Why is it that you have left the man? Call him, that he may eat bread." Seems like the right response. And Moses was content to dwell with the man, and he gave Moses Zipporah, his daughter, and she bare him a son.
Zipporah or
And
Zipporah?
He called his name Gershom.
I believe it's
for
Zipporah.
he said, "I have been a stranger in a strange land."
In a strange land.
So that means Moses is
I'm just a
obviously
stranger in a
compelling enough
strange
character
land.
so that a father is willing to marry his daughter to him despite the fact that he's a stranger and a foreigner. So
yeah, and there's also in this text, like this whole meeting of the women at the well is super important in terms of understanding this relationship between the woman also and the well itself as this water, this potential which is the positive aspect of the lower waters, you could say. And so that's why you see the patriarchs, they always meet their wives at wells. And ultimately, in terms of Christianity, that leads all the way to the story of the Samaritan woman at the well, which is like the final version of that, where he meets this strange woman, and then, you know, she offers him water, he offers her like a fountain that will go into eternity. And it's like this relationship between the masculine and the feminine. This is so old, like it's the active waters, the fresh waters and the salt waters. You see it in like Mesopotamian myth, like it's a super old structure, but
yeah, well, water is revivifying, right? And so are water-like ideas. If you're stuck in the desert of the tyranny of your own mind, then there are certain ideas that strike you as revivifying. We talked about that in relationship to the revelation that you said it was Auden received, right? And he's looking at tyranny right in the face in the movie theater, and a revivifying idea strikes him, and it has this ability to quench a thirst that's much deeper than a mere physical thirst, and a symbolic analog to thirst quenching, and often provided by women with their animating spirit, right? So, and it came to pass in process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage. That's a very useful line too, because we see here too that not only is it
how did he
wrong
drop
for
through the
Egyptians
floor?
To enslave the Israelites,
Can't
but
come in
it's
the door though.
for the Israelites to
jump through the floor, but you can't come in the door
because they're not free.
What up?
And so what we see implicit in the narrative here is this constant insistence that those who wrestle with God, that's Israel, should be free. That's a higher moral good. And you might say, well, that's self-evident, as we discussed earlier, but it's not. Even the Israelites themselves, when they end up in the desert and in the other terrible places their wandering takes them to, a lot of them pine for the days of their subjugation to tyranny. And if you know anything about nostalgia for Stalin in the former Soviet Union, for example, or the continual current extant worship of Mao, you can understand this. I read a book at one point that was written by concentration camps.
They wait till I'm building,
and
then they just
for
attack.
the work that they did in the concentration camps in Germany. And so don't be thinking that people believe without constraint that freedom and absence of slavery is a positive.
They all
good.
see
They
that I'm
be
over
afraid
here.
of
They just
that,
come after me.
that necessity
Like, don't let him build a house.
for faith that entrepreneurial spirit demands. They'd rather take
Why can't I build this?
the brick walls and the certainty. So,
oh my God.
And it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried. And their cry came up unto God by reason of the bondage. So God is represented here as the superordinate spirit who responds to the cries of the unjustly enslaved, and whatever else he might be. That's
This is absolutely
what he is.
ridiculous.
And God heard their groaning. And God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. And God looked upon the children of Israel, and God had respect unto them. Oz, covenant is an idea that you're very interested in. And so, what do you think it means here that it's such a strange line, that God remembered his covenant? Well, why would God have to? He's God. Why does he have to remember? Did he forget? Like, what's...
No, but this is the first time God enters the story as an agent. He knows, he hears, he remembers, he cares. And I love Rabbi Heschel's thing here. He compares Yahweh with, the Greek understanding. And in the Greek understanding, say Aristotle, God is an unmoved mover. No, Heschel said, he's the most moved mover. He hears and remembers, and here he's keeping his promise. That's the significance. He's made the promise to Abraham.
You can see that this is something that we commune with if people are grieving their enslavement even to themselves. If there is the possibility that they can be freed from that, there has to be the possibility that there's something that they can call on outside the tyranny of their own imagination to free them. So, because otherwise, it's like in the scientific realm, if you have your epistemological ideas, your theory about the world, but you presume that there's a corrective object outside of that can tell you when you've made an error. There's something outside your theory. And if you're ensconced in your own tyranny, there is no redemption from that unless there's something that transcends even your own tyranny within you that you can in some real sense call on. And I do think people call on that all the time. Carl Rogers, when he talked about the preconditions for therapeutic improvement, and this has to do with the notion of humility, is that if your client...
So I'm trying to clear this whole big area out, have a house, have campfires everywhere because they restore your life, have platforms going all through it, torches for light, and just have little pockets that I can dip off into behind the door and still get in a campfire, but still be considered part of the battlefield. Because if I run down to my house in the middle of the boss fight, the boss might leave. And if the boss fight ends... Like, I don't even know. I think I'm going to try to... Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. So freaking ridiculous. These stupid spike slimes are ridiculous. Oh, my God. And the controls are so not intuitive. Here we go. Here we go. A million spikes coming at me now. Try to run and not get hit by them, I guess. This is ridiculous, dude. Absolutely ridiculous. What do I need? Some sort of ore to make a chest? Why can't I make a chest? What about Gilgamesh? He survived the dang flood. He survived the dang flood. Freddy don't know about no Gilgamesh. How this guy don't even know about no Gilgamesh? Mesopotamian mythology. Gilgamesh, an epic poem written in Akkadian. King of Uruk from the 3rd dynasty of Ur. Gilgamesh. You don't know about no Gilgamesh? I'll be right back. This guy don't even know about no Gilgamesh. How you don't know about no Gilgamesh? How you gonna come around talking about you don't know no Gilgamesh? What the? Freddy doesn't have information. What are you talking about? Obviously, you haven't been paying attention. Okay, this is actually looking like a pretty good arena. We go to the map. I just hope that we can get... So the boss fight is going to start up here. We need to get into this beehive. And then we need to get the boss down here. And actually, we need to turn this whole thing into arena. This whole area. So I've only got a little chunk done. I might be going overboard here. But I feel like it's necessary. I'm not going to start the fight if I'm going to lose. John's about to spend the next 74 minutes looking for my letter. I know. I do be doing that. If y'all ever like notice me just doing like this over and over again, that's what I'm doing, yes. And usually it's On the floor somewhere. Where's Daddy Jub? He's freaking hilarious. I don't know where that fool is. I don't know where that fool is. Oh, didn't I get a new, I did get a new weapon. I haven't even tried it yet. Let's see if it kills these slimes easier. Not really. Do you see how much damage I take in the process of doing that, of killing some slimes? Now, I did let them kind of bundle up. Ideally, once the boss fight's going on, we'll have more of this area closed off. Everything needs to be within claw reach, and every platform level needs to be so that I don't take any fall damage. So I can quickly just drop levels, level change, claw up, claw up. I can't do it with a cigarette in my hand right now, but you get the idea. This is how you build an arena in Terraria for a boss fight. Can you play the video I sent? What'd you send it to? Discord? If this zombie breaks in while I'm trying to do this... Hold up. Is Discord open? Discord. Did you send it on Discord? What is it? Señor Señor. Oh, damn, boy. Oh, wait. About to crush this mofo right now. What's your Cash App? I got... Wait, is that old? No, that's old. That's from a while ago. What video you sent me? Where'd you send me a video? I'm looking at Discord, and it's the omelet. That's from a while ago. That's from the 9th. Yes, Discord. I don't have anything new. I ain't got nothing new from you. If anything, maybe we just get some banners for killing all these slimes, and we hang the slime banners around the place and the bee banners. Why can't I close my door right now? Okay. It's on the See, Robbie, YouTube. Search for Noah's Ark, giants and aliens in the Book of Enoch. I'm not really a fan of the Book of Enoch, but how long is it? Because we're like an hour and a half into a 2-hour video. Let's finish this and then I'll play it. I'm not a fan of the Book of Enoch, though.
Isn't desperate and ready to change themselves. There isn't really anything you can do about that as a therapist.
I'll play it after this.
They have to have already admitted to themselves that they're laboring under the burden of their own even unrealized tyranny, and then open
Sephora
themselves
lotion
up to the
attracting
possibility
spiders?
that there's an alternative pathway forward, and that is.
Wait, what? Sephora lotion attracting spiders. Are these spiders that attract Sephora's lotion to them, or are you saying Sephora's lotion is attracting spiders? Probably the second one. Second one makes sense. I don't make more sense. I don't think there's spiders that God designed to locate Sephora. So, well, I guess now there's Sephora that's designed to make spiders locate it. It's like an hour, but it's so good. All right, I'll watch it after this. Does it have like archaeological evidence and things like that? And the idea that it's on a mountain in Turkey and they defend it and they'll shoot your plane down if you try to fly over there? Does it talk about that stuff? I like that stuff. Freddie need to hear some of that stuff. They fact-checked it as false, but they said it's unlikely that it contains a specific chemical combination to attract spiders. Unlikely. Possible, but unlikely. Why is it unlikely? Because they said it's unlikely. Yeah, right. Ladies, you're going to be having spiders on you. That's a good like sales deterrent for Sephora though. If somebody was trying to do a hit piece on Sephora and like hurt their business, tell the women that it attracts spiders. That'll work. Yo, this weapon is slower, but it's way stronger. It kills them much faster. I hate how all this stuff respawns so much. Like, come on, bruh. I killed you all 1,000 times. Why do you keep coming to this area? Haven't you figured it out yet? You're not welcome here. Slimes, man-eaters, bees. You also have to remember, I haven't taken any buffer potions or anything yet. So when it's time to fight the boss, we're going to potion up. Honestly, I should probably have not made this arena so big. I completely forgot that I'm not even in the right area yet. I'm going to close off this with a door. Yo, what is this guy? Dr. Bones? It's like a mini-boss. Achievement. Archaeologist killed Dr. Bones. We just killed a little mini-boss. Stop. I can't hit him. That's the problem. Hold on. Let me click this.
That's an action of faith.
What's up,
and
Chris
it is
W?
an opening up to revelation. And I think you can think that as a secular person. It's like, well, if you're troubled, but you can improve, part of the way you improve.
Good to see you, Chris W. Nice meeting you, my friend. Yo, what's this hat on the ground? Is that his hat? Can I pick it up? Archaeologist hat. Is my inventory full? Yes. Okay, I need to get into a safe space. Safe space, haha. You ain't a Fed, are you? There's no way to... Hey, Freddy's an op. Don't worry about what he says. He's an op. What do I need to make a chest? I need some sort of metal. Is there any metal around here? There's stone. I want to get that archaeologist hat, though. I need a rain hat. We don't need that. Let's go up and get the archaeologist hat. All of the freaking slimes are protecting it. Oh my god. Wow! These freaking things are ridiculous. Did we somehow get switched to hard mode? What the heck happened in this game? Why can't I pick up this archaeologist hat? I just died. Are we sending any rockets up tonight? I don't know. I don't have any rockets. Yo, see these man-eaters get inside my house. That's ridiculous. That's not fair. They can come up in my abode. My humble abode. What the heck? Quick stack. Quick stack. Okay, now we have inventory space again. Oh my god. As soon as I get up here, it's back into hell. Back into hell. This is worse than hell. How is this the... Actually, this isn't the second boss you're supposed to fight. This is... I'm kind of skipping. Wow, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. I need to hang the slime banner. By the time we're done with this, we're going to have killed like 8,000 slimes, so we should have some nice banners. Dean Trump 2024, my friend. Oh my god, I'm about to die. Again. Oh my god, I'm about to die again. There's a bee in my house. Even in my house, it's not safe. It's not even safe in my own house. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Oh, there's some ores right here. Hold up, let me get them. Starting with a bee in my house. Platinum ore. I don't want to use platinum to make a chest. There's also a chest down here. Actually, you know what I can do? I might be able to go grab that chest. Pause. Not pause, but... Stop, 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 stop. Not a good time. Listen, not a good time to be attacking me. Can I loot this chest, please? That's all I want to do. I can't. My freaking inventory is too full. A flare gun? Oh my god, a flare gun. A flare gun is horrible. I just want to empty this chest so that I can... put it in my house. Because I'm overburdened and I don't have metal to... I guess there's lead right here. Oh my god, I hate this. 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 Let me see. Look, I have a gravestone in my own house. How do I have a gravestone in my dang living room? Chest, chest, chest. I just want to make a chest. That's all I want to make is a chest. Can't make a chest. I cannot make a chest. What am I missing? What do I need? Furnace, an anvil, what? What do I need? We got banners, black slime banners, spiked jungle slime banners, hornet banners, man-eater banners. We need to place all these banners to clear out some inventory space around our arena here. We got bat. We got banners out to yin yang. Immunity to poison. Equipable. Immunity to poison. Oh, snap. Hold up. We got an item. Movement speed. Allows the ability to slide down walls. Increases armor penetration by 5. What if we... Allows the ability to slide down walls. Climbing claws. What if we take off this necklace? We lose armor penetration. Pause on penetration. Now we're immune to poison. Let's freaking go. Okay. Deadly bone pickaxe. 9 melee damage. 7 melee damage. A bone pickaxe. Very weak. Not 55% pickaxe power. 12 speed damage, 11 speed, 16 speed, 10% knockdown, very weak knot, 59 pickaxe power, 55% pickaxe power. Is this deadly bone pickaxe better than this platinum pickaxe? Mask up! Never that. Time to bring OnlyFans to the third world. What are y'all talking about? Uganda is suing Kenya for oil. Biden doesn't know he's president, so no loss. Nice. Okay. We still need another chest. So, what do I need to make a chest? Platinum ore. 10 bars? What if we use... We have 15 10 bars. Problem is this house is tiny. Here's what we're going to do. Make the house a little bigger. Now we're going to try to craft something. Still can't make chests. Huh. Honey lamp? What does a honey lamp do? I have 10 bars. I have a workbench. I'm not sure what to do here. Let's see, we need more platforms. We're low on wood. I still need another chest. Alright, let's go hang these banners. She's a man-eater. Okay, I'm thinking man-eaters are going to be the most in this area. So we'll hang the man-eater banner here. Spiked jungle slime banner. I hate those things. Let's put that banner right here. Watch out, boy, she'll do you up. She's a man-eater. Oh! I'm doing crazy stuff with my fingers right now. Oh my god. Now I'm not doing anything because I'm just getting attacked by 8 million darts. It's the slow death of 1 million darts. Just killed my 250th jungle bat. Which should be another banner. Every 50, you get a banner. God, their stuff is everywhere, dude. Get in there. We gotta fix that. It's too hard to get in that hole. Pause. Mommy, Africa. I ain't been with nobody in 7 years, Mama. I love you. What are you guys talking about? I heard you crying over spilt milk. Simping for who's, Mama? I'm single pimping. I need to stop reading backwards. Heading to Mexico in a month. Who needs blood? What the heck? He's a Fed. I roll with my M words. Hey, I'm international. Nah. Be a white knight simp like yo ass. Fly to Kentucky and get under Mama's skirt tail. I'm going on a crime spree, but first I'm going to change my name to internal corruption. That way no judge will approve of an investigation of me. That's deep. Okay. Here's what I want to do. I want to put a door in here. Door. Nope. Wood. Door. Nice. Where's my wood? Okay. We've turned this area down here just into a dang battleground. See how the level changes? The ability to level change on them like that helps a lot. See how I just cleared out that whole area? Thanks to the level changes. Now, guys, do you understand? If I die on this boss fight, all of this was for nothing. I will have to do this all again at another beehive. Which, I don't know where the other beehive is. So, could be anywhere. Man-eater kite. Kites can be flown on to reel it in with a white acrylic. Man-eater kite. Jungle bat banner. It's so hard to fight all these things while I'm in the process of building and stuff. I just hope the bee will follow me all the way over here. The boss. Because if it doesn't, I'm screwed. Another hornet banner. We got another hornet banner. So the banners strengthen us against that specific enemy if we're in the range of the banner. So we've now got 2 hornet banners that we can hang up that give us defenses against hornet enemies. We've got slime banners. Oh my god, this is another mini boss. It's another mini boss. Deceiver of Fools, chillin nymph. So really, if we can keep the arena somewhat localized, it helps us because the campfires are for life. Stop! Stop! I don't like that they can come in from the bottom over here. I almost want to close off this bottom, actually. So there's only one way in and out of here. Yeah. Yeah. Instead of a platform there, we just build a ground to keep them from doing this. Mahogany dashboard, through the dashboard, gas to the floor, I'm pressing passport, I'm racing NASCAR. Okay, this allows me to close off this bottom. And I can grab these platforms back. Okay. So now this area is a safe space. What is attacking me? Okay. This is just extra area over here that we don't really need to be concerned with. I almost want to close all this off. Want one more? I want one more level in here. It's a little too close for comfort as far as fall damage goes. Oh my god. I hate that there's platforms everywhere. There's just platforms. Platforms and platforms and platforms. Oh my god! Every time I get attacked when I'm building, platforms just be flying everywhere. He's a man-eater. Watch out, boy, I'll school you up. Is that what he says? Can I make a... What's it called here? Chest? 10 bars. My inventory's full. Why can't I make a chest? Yeah, I can't make a chest. Okay, let's continue hanging banners and making campfires. Do I want to close that off? I don't think I need to. We do want to do some platform levels through here because this is where we're going to be starting the fight. Yeah, I almost want to close this area off. Whoa! Oh my god. A little bat. A little bat is causing me all this difficulty. Okay, we're closing this area off. I don't want extra distraction. Sorry, I'm not reading the chat. I'm focused as the locust. Yeah. Let's do this. Okay. Closed off. Actually, we'll close these off with a door. Maybe not. We'll leave it open, but I'm not going up in there. Should we close all this off too? Yeah, for now. Okay. All right. Oh. All right. I need to play the video again. What's chat saying? JS liked when you were playing Fallout. That was neat. I teared up a little bit when I saw Mr. Mad's post earlier of that steak. That steak! Yeah, his lamb looked really good too. Lamb chops, play along, where kids come to play along. And fun and games are all we ever do. Stop. Bees, I'm trying to build here. Stop it! Almost seems better just to fight him in here. It's much more peaceful in here, you know? I don't know if it's... better to fight him in here or what? Maybe I should have just stayed in this area the whole time. I was in the scary area. Lucas, hello, I'm from Paraguay. I don't know what to say. I speak Spanish, no English. Hey, all right. Well, mi español is nicht so gut. What is that? Gray pressure plate? I don't know what to do with all these pressure plates they keep giving me, but that's cool. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with all these pressure plates. Slime is falling from the sky. It's a slime rain, which is a chance for me to kill the Slime King if I go back up to the ground. Oh, no! Oh, I just took a lot of fall damage. Another man-eater dead. I mean, another man-eater banner. Stop. Stop it. Stop. Oh my god. What can I eat that... I don't know why I can't build a chest. This is irritating. This is ridiculous. Quick stack. Okay, this is getting annoying. Let's go do this. Okay, I finally got a freaking chest. What's the flare gun do? Nothing, huh? Not a lot of nothing. Hey, there's crimsonite ore down there. I remember that for later. I'm from Paraguay. Paraguay. Can I make walls? Can I make them sweet walls? Okay, now we have another chest. Pause the flare gun. Deadly bone pickaxe. Hold that. Hold the banner. Axe, coffee, archery potion, we're going to use that. Thorns potion, we're going to use that. Healing potions, we're going to need those. Lesser healing potions, not so much. Swiftness potion, we'll use that. Iron skin, we'll use that. Invisibility, we'll use that. We got food. We can store honey blocks, even though we're about to pick up a lot of honey blocks. Throwing knives, we won't need. Recall potions, we won't need. Mining potion, we won't need. The platinum pickaxe. Water walking potion, we will not need that. Man, I almost think this is better to use than my... Man-eater kite. Kites can be flown on windy days. I don't know what that does. Okay, then the banners. We have 3 more banners to place. Mahogany and the mahogany platforms. We'll let that go for now. Should be enough wood to get all this done. Bombs are fun. Okay, this looks much more manageable. We do need some walls, though. Them sweet sugar walls. Okay. All right. The rest of the banners we gotta get. Yeah. I've always been doing that. Never stopped doing that. Do I need a fire here? Probably not. I think we're in good range there. Okay. But banners. We still need banners. A spiked jungle slime banner. Let's put that up here. Right here, apparently, is a great place for the spiked jungle slime banner since I'm getting attacked with 10,000 jungle slimes as we speak. Oh my god. Alright, by the tree is Hornet banner protection. By my house is man-eater protection. Alright, that's all the banners. Man-eaters inside the house. Oh my god, this stupid bat. Oh my god. Stop hitting me! Stupid bats, dude. I don't even know how zombies get into this place. Like, everything is separated off by platforms and walls and doors and caves. How did the zombie even get down here? Stop, 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 stop. Oh, this is my arena now, homeboy. It's a whole new world once I got my setup, huh? A whole new... Oh, I don't want that to happen. Whatever just happened, I don't want that to happen. Stop. See that? I need to fix that. That is a mistake. We could do a platform, but we need a... See how little building I can actually do because I'm just constantly dealing with... Oh my god! Stop! I don't know why he's barking like somebody's at my door at 11 o'clock at night.
Who's open to new
I
revelations
only
by
know
the
one
author.
person that would randomly come unannounced to my door at 11 o'clock at night. And they know better than that. I hope some stranger's not coming to my door at 11 o'clock at night, because that... Shorty don't play that game. I'll be right back. grandbaby as hell. Wait, January 6th is the day to take down decorations? I never heard that. Got another banner. Jungle sign banner. If there's any place you need a banner, it's the jungle.
Object is to open yourself up to the idea that there's something beyond your current solipsistic misery. And I cannot see how that's not both prayer and a statement of faith.
No, absolutely. Dennis, isn't there an understanding, though, that the Jews at this time had lost much of their touch with the Lord altogether?
What is that?
We don't know it from the text, so I agree with you. That would... What would they remember for 400 years, or whatever the time span? It's not completely precise of the time in Egypt. That's why Moses, as we'll see, obviously says, "Well, what name do I give? When I go to them and say I came in so and so's name?" So if they had remembered the name, he would not have asked that question.
Right. So they're so divorced from their tradition that he can't even speak in the name of the tradition.
Right.
Right, which is definitely a problem that...
But faith has to begin when we get to the end of ourselves and reach out. And obviously they got so out of touch that they needed to cry out. And this cry is an incredibly important triggering moment, isn't it?
By the way, I use this because I also wrote a commentary on the Haggadah, the Passover Seder service. And I said, so there are four famous questions children ask at the Seder. So I said, here's a question for adults to ask. If God took the Jews out of Egypt, why didn't he take them out of Europe? And in some configuration, almost any Jew has asked that question. And I just, among other things, I don't have a perfect answer by any means, but there is an implied answer. One could have asked the same question in Egypt. Why did God wait so long? How many Jews were killed and beaten and tortured until God, quote unquote, remembered? So,
well, maybe the cry, is it partly the possibility that, like, man has to reach up to God just as much as God reaches down, and then without Moses being there as the precondition for, in some sense, for God's intervention, then it's not going to occur.
Right, but that doesn't put God off the hook. I'm asking a question that puts God on the hook.
Right. No.
So my answer, and it's not emotionally satisfying, but I find it theologically satisfying, is that God does not save the individual Jew; He saves the Jewish people.
Yeah, well, I wonder, because I'm not denying at all the validity of what you said, but you know, it seems to be the case in the biblical narrative that God portions out a pretty major
there it is. That's the larva
and catastrophe.
That's the target that I'm
for
trying
mankind,
to kill.
and that's to live ethically despite mortality and limitation. It's a really heavy burden, and so then you wonder. It's like, well, just exactly how much are we called on to be ethical actors so that God's goodness can be revealed? And that's a real open question. And you know, I mean, when in Sodom and Gomorrah.
What am I getting attacked by?
One or two good men in the city so that it's not going to be destroyed. The idea there is that even if there's one person who's good, we won't destroy the city.
No, it goes down to 10.
Okay, 10.
No,
okay.
that's important.
Sorry, 10.
One doesn't suffice.
That's why we get him out and then everything falls apart.
Okay, but there's a notion there that
it's the outlier that saves every civilization.
Right.
It is the great lesson of our time. You're an outlier. It's not
See how it's a statement this item right here is what we need to get in there. We need to attack
outliers do all the good that is done. Some outliers do evil. But all the good that is done by outliers.
Well, and that's the tension between the law and the law when it becomes corrupt and the prophetic tradition that echoes through the Old Testament and then up into the New Testament too, because the law, from a tradition perspective, turns into various shades of Egypt, and then it's always a prophetic figure that comes up and shakes his fist and right in the face of the king. That happens most particularly in the case of David, right? When he's called on his sins because he takes Bathsheba, which is a really low act, right? I mean, he sees this woman bathing naked on the roof of a nearby house, and then he sends her husband, who's a great general, into battle to have him
edited
killed.
that out.
It's like, that's pretty
Or they
damn
got quiet
twisted
there. You
and
hear that?
pathetic. And then one of the prophets, whose name I don't remember at the moment, calls him on it. It's
Nathan.
Is it Nathan?
No.
Yeah, which is pretty brave, right? I mean, he's a Mid-East potentate. You don't just walk into his castle and tell him that he's cursed by God without some fear for your neck. And so, and you see this just continually, this dichotomy between the corruption of tradition and the emergence of a prophetic figure who's in principle has this inspiration from God, and the weight of his words is what indicates that that's the case.
Dennis, you didn't quite say it, and I would never dare say it as a Christian, but I've heard Jews say that one reason for the question you raised was the Israel. And Israel's now a nation recognized by the world.
I've heard it all of my life, and I have to say that it depicts God, to my way of thinking, in an awful way.
The ends don't justify the means.
Well, ends do sometimes justify means, but yes, we murdered 1 million Jewish babies, and we tortured and humiliated and degraded 5 million others in order to produce Israel. I as a Jew would say, I think I'm going to opt for another group.
Yeah.
That is not the God that I understand.
Yeah, that's Ivan's comment in the Brothers Karamazov too, when he takes on Alyosha. You know, he said,
Wilson just asked, one of the problems I had during the 90 in 2023 is that I fasted from sweets.
It's not an interview.
His point, in some sense, he talks about this girl who's frozen to death by her parents as she's screaming in an outhouse, which is a story that Dostoevsky took from.
It's not an interview. They're breaking down the book of Exodus.
All night, froze to death, and Ivan says he can't believe in a God that would allow that to happen even once, no matter what the reason was.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I believe in a God who allows evil to happen. That's not what you were challenging. God created the evil to do the good of the creation of Israel. That I don't accept. That God allows evil is a given.
You know, it's a consequence of free will.
Yes,
in some real
exactly.
sense. And
yes.
I thought about that a lot too, because you could imagine a world. Imagine a world that's the best world possible.
Imagine a world.
Just as a game in some sense. Not that we can really do that, but
best
then you
world
might
possible.
ask yourself.
This is called. I was hearing about this.
Is a world where you could
today.
choose evil but choose not
Best
to,
island
better than
theory
a
or
world
something
where
like
you're
that.
a robot who has no choice? And I think the answer to that, I mean, if you think about your own children, you want this vast expanse of possibility for them. And the vaster that expanse of possibility, the more real the possibility of evil choices is. But what they get out of that is the benefit of the actual choice. So they have a real destiny, right?
I owe Flora a thank you, because she really helped me with my developing of my not believing in free will idea. Because that really throws people off, especially if you're a Christian and you don't believe in free will. And she helped me come up with a answer to the most common, misconception is this connecting choice and will. Like, choice and will are synonymous. They aren't. They're two different things. Your choice, and this is what I've been working on today. So your choice in my head, I've been raking and doing all kinds of work all day, but I've been thinking about your choice is a decision on options with different outcomes. An informed decision on different options with different outcomes. And then your will is your faculty by which you inform your choice. So the choice, we have choice. Because Flora was giving me a bunch of Bible verses and they were all about choice. And I was like, we're talking about free will. We're not talking about choice. We're not talking about a decision. Yeah, you make choices, you make decisions, but your decisions and your choices are all informed by your will. Will is not choice. Will is the faculty that informs your choice. So, and that faculty I would call either good or evil, God or Satan, positive or negative outcomes, there's a faculty in embedded in us, one way or the other, that informs our choices. So we have choices. We make choices. Yes, we make choices. But we're doing the will of our master, either God or Satan, which is not free will. It's pretty deep. But these guys at this table will all say that they believe in free will. I wonder, and also I want to ask, if I ever got in like a free will debate with somebody, I would ask them, do you believe in demon possession? If somebody is demon possessed, do they have free will? Can they will themselves out of it? I would say the answer is no. If you believe in demon possession, you believe that the person is at the under the will of the demon. In the same way, if you're under the will of God, then you're possessed by a different spirit, the Holy Spirit. So that's still not free will. You're doing God's will. Jesus did God's will. We're supposed to submit our will to God. And free will is the opposite of that. Free will is believing you are God and that you know something God doesn't know. Like you're going to make a choice God didn't already expect you to make. God already knew you were going to make that choice because he knows about your will. He knows your faculties. He knows what makes up who you are. So he knows what choice you're going to make before you make it. That's deep. That's deep. No, he doesn't, Jalen. That's a lie. It's a lie straight from the pit of hell.
Wrestling with real things, and they can choose not to engage in evil. So it could be not there.
And that's not a rebuttal, by the way.
If it's going to exist in real possibility, it also has to be an actualizable possibility.
You basically just said,
a world where
Jalen, your rebuttal is basically, nah-uh. Nuh-uh. No, God said he gave us free will. Where did he say that? And don't tell me a bunch of verses about choice. Don't give me a bunch of verses about choice. Show me where God is talking about will, and he is not explicitly commanding us not to do our own will, but to do his will. Show me one place in the Bible. And don't worry, I've already looked into all of them and rebuttal all of them before, so you're not going to find anything new that I haven't already read and rebutted. Look at this boomerang action. Look at this boomerang action. See how it's getting, as I build more infrastructure, it gets calmer. It seems like, at least. I think maybe that's a thing. I don't know. In this game. I don't know. I hate these things. I hate these things. It's okay. I'm allowed to hate video game monsters because they're not real. It's not real hate. I'm not really angry. Irritated, frustrated, yes. But if it was that bad that I was getting emotional about it for real, I would just stop playing the game. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. You're utilizing free will by saying this ridiculous logic. No, you could say that I'm being influenced by God right now, is what I would say. And some pot. Okay. We can, is this enough of a gap here? Yeah, you're not going to take any fall damage from that height. Okay, we got enough campfires. Any new banners? We do have a new banner, a jungle slime banner. Hang this one right here. Do I have any other banners? Any other banners? Let's turn this into a pocket as well. A hot pocket. A hot pocket. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Stuff regenerated. Stuff regenerated. Stuff respawning on our ass. I like this platform right here. This gives us a good back and forth mobility. Campfires. This feels good. This feels good. And we just got a skeleton banner. Doesn't help that much. This seems like an arena, guys. It seems like we've accomplished building an arena. Cody's child, Stubborn One's child, killed this boss quicker than I did. Like, did you do all this, Stubborn One? Did he do all this? Hey, we got Mika. Shop. This is a horrible place to set up a shop, Mika. Sorry, but I don't, I can't be dabbling. I can't be dilly-dallying right now with you. All right, let's go. Let's mine this little thing out real quick. I mean, we could do this after. This isn't really important right now, but... And while I'm at it, I'll put a little safe space over here. Might as well. Might as well while we're here. Now, we don't want a spot where we just basically get locked in. And see, that's not good. If they can shoot into it, it doesn't help me much. Stop, 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 stop. Yo, why does the fucking dog keep barking? Who is at my door? Yo, it's the pizza guy next door. Neighbor just got some Dominoes. I'm getting all nervous.
Evil is possible, but then not chosen, is better than a world where evil doesn't exist at all.
That's why I've always been suspicious of people saying about a dog, oh, such a good dog. Has he chosen his goodness?
Yeah, surely a world in which there's a possibility of doing good and bringing about generating value is a world that is better than a world in which that's simply not possible at all.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? And in some sense, that's the fundamental question, because it's one thing to wrestle with the reality of tragedy, but it's a whole different thing to wrestle with the reality of
I don't know what I'm trying to do with
and
this.
you might say, well, why would God create a world where the snake in the garden, let's say, why would God allow a world where evil existed to exist as a possibility, and it could be easily that the good that is there as a consequence of the breadth of possibility supersedes the evil of the possibility of malevolence. Plus, it also gives people some real thing to wrestle with, right? Is that whatever human beings are, we have a heavy load. It's a load that in Christianity is associated in some sense with divinity, right? Because God becomes mortal man. And so it's a real, what we're contending with is real in the most fundamental sense, and that means it's not trivial. We can get into real trouble. And of course, the Holocaust, that was real trouble. And so that's also, it's a very peculiar idea, but it's also some evidence of the, I don't know, respect that whatever created us has for us, that we actually have a real destiny.
This looks good.
And in the broadest possible sense.
I suppose you can say that it's just not possible to bring about a world in which benevolence is possible, where there isn't a genuine risk of malevolence as well.
Well, maybe it's not possible. It may be, but so then you might think that the optimal solution is where great evil is possible, but freely rejected.
I don't know what
and that
button
would be
I
the
just
best
pushed
of
that
all
did
possible
that.
worlds. And I do believe that's the case. And I certainly see this as part of the Jungian idea of incorporating the shadow, I suppose, which is also that this capacity that we have within us, which is a predatory capacity, this capacity for great evil and for brutality and for strength, all of that makes us much more than we would be if we can harness that for good than we would be if we were just harmless rabbits, for example. You know, not to denigrate rabbits, they're perfectly lovely, but you get the picture.
Lovely rabbits.
The best people I know have been the people
Silly
who
rabbits.
you know
Tricks are for
have
kids.
absolute capacity for
Skeleton
mayhem
banner.
if unleashed,
This
but
doesn't help me
choose
much, but
not to unleash it. In fact, to harness it for
so I'll
purposes
put it
of
like
the
right
good.
here.
So now Moses
other
kept
banners?
the flock of Jethro,
No other
his
banners.
father-in-law, the priest of Midian. Another indication of him being subservient to an ethical
Jethro.
structure outside both the Egyptian and the Hebrew structure there, because he's serving this priest of Midian and tending his flock. That also makes Moses a figure that transcends the parochial confines of his culture, another indication of that. And he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of God, even to Horeb. And so God here is associated with the mountain, and so you could riff on that. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire, this compelling and attractive fire phenomenon, out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses...
That's the symbol Jews often use for the Jewish people. We're always burned, but we're not consumed.
Yeah, and the question is, in a situation like that, just exactly what's being burned away. You know, I mean, one of the reasons that the transcendent is terrifying and why people purified themselves, for example, before they engaged in psychedelic experiences historically was because if they got too close to the fire, the burning that produced was so intense that it might be...
We got to dig our way into the cavern.
If you're 95% dead wood and you get too close to the fire, all that dead wood should go, but it might be fatal. So
you were mentioning the whole heroic side of faith.
I want to dig in without...
In fact, there's also this terrifying aspect of the deity linked to transcendence and the absoluteness, the mysterium tremendum et fascinans, as Otto described it.
Are you freaking kidding me? This little bat. How can this little bat do so much damage?
Because it's terrifying and at the same time attractive. And I think that was...
Well, we get some echoes of that, I would say, in contact with things of great beauty. The European cathedrals are like that. I was in one in Vienna recently that had
mud ourselves
3
in
floors
here for now.
Of plague bones underneath it.
Dig my way into this.
And so it's this magnificent structure, too much really, when you walk in, and it's overwhelming in its power. And to see that, you know, people sacrificed hundreds of years of effort under conditions of extreme
Now, wait.
privation to build these magnificent buildings, and then to go underneath and see the layers and layers and layers of catastrophe and
Does the
death.
honey hurt me if I stand in it?
It's too much, right? It's just too much, and that's just an echo of what is too much in the most fundamentally absolute sense. It's
and
just
what
a
happens if I
pointer in
cut
that
it
direction.
through?
People are terrified of beauty for the same reason. You know, I've watched people respond to art. I had a lot of paintings in my house at one point. They're all coming back now. Like 300 of them, you know. It was just paintings everywhere. And people would come in and say, well, why would you want to live in a museum? And I'd think, well, that's exactly where I want to live. Why would you not want to live? But it was too much. The paintings, a lot of them were paintings of warfare scenes.
Got another jungle bat
They were beautiful, but but they weren't nice. It wasn't elevator music, you know. And you look at those things, and they shake all the weakness off of you if you look at them long enough, and that's very frightening, especially if there's lots of weakness, and there definitely is.
So it's interesting, is it not, that in our culture, where you might say there's been a systematic ideological process of desecration, that there's also been an aversion to beauty.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not accidental.
The philosopher Roger Scruton.
Generica, right?
Yeah.
The spread of, exactly, the spread of these cookie-cutter suburbs everywhere that have this incredibly, they're efficient in some sense and they're convenient, but they're just hideous. And they have this very short-term element. And yeah, and you see this contempt for that too. It's really terrifying to see it in Europe, because as a North American, especially Canadian, going to Europe has this element of pilgrimage to beauty. And you go, I saw this in Edinburgh in particular, although they're fixing it. Edinburgh, the whole downtown core, 1 square mile, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and no wonder, because Edinburgh is like, it's beautiful. And then intermingled with these mostly Victorian buildings, if I remember correctly, were these hideous catastrophes erected in the 1970s, this brutalist, modernist abortion, these giant middle fingers, you know, to the entire context. And to their credit, the people of Edinburgh are tearing them down. And yeah.
My mentor, Peter Berger, has a notion, signals of transcendence. Some are positive, beauty, or C.S. Lewis, surprised by joy. Some are negative, like the Auden one. This, to me, is the ultimate signal of transcendence ever. Because if you look at...
I need to see where the honey's going. Okay, the honey's going down here.
End in ashes.
And you can't look away from fire either. Like we
Nothing
are the apes
lasts.
who couldn't
Everything
look away
changes.
from fire.
You can't step in the same river twice. You just go that way, you'd end up with a Hindu view of Maya, and the world's unreal. And yet, no, here's something burning, but not burned up.
Right, that's us, man.
Well, no, there's something beyond us, and he's arrested. He sees it, and then he seeks for the explanation, and immediately he encounters the Lord. And that's why, Dennis, the Jews themselves are the ultimate, because of your survival. Despite persecution, you shouldn't be here.
Wait.
Some
shouldn't. Leave.
You know what I'm saying.
Just forgive me. I shouldn't have allowed that out. Yeah.
Now you're in trouble.
I'm thinking of Trotsky and the like. I just, there's some...
Yeah. Well, to jump
unimpressive Jews.
To jump from the Hebraic to the Hellenic, that's not far off the way Plato uses the image of fire in his famous image of the cave in Book 7 of
I cannot
Republic.
shoot anything in
Flames
here.
are flickering, but that's not all there is. There's transcendence beyond. There's the sunlight, the stable, timeless sunlight outside the cave, which the sort of chaotic fire of the sensory world and the fickle world, the ever-changing world,
Stay away
it's a
from the
signal
larva
of transcendence, as Berger puts it. And it's an interesting sort of consonance there.
Well, fire is also this mysterium tremendum and fascinans that you described, because I think biologically, and I'll think about this from an evolutionary perspective, we're all descendants of the first proto-human chimpanzee.
All right. You see that thing? All I got to do is shoot that, and I start the boss fight.
Could not stop looking at fire. Right, and fire is absolutely fascinating to human beings. It's so interesting to watch people around a campfire, for example, where we feel at home. We gaze into the fire, and the fire seems to me...
I think I'm gonna try it. I think I'm gonna try it. Let's see what chat's been saying. Anything? Who's in here? We got anybody watching still? Y'all listen to this video? Make babies to share love. What the heck? Make babies to fight the globalists and the reptilians? Both are valid. All right, guys. I'm going to go to my house. Let's keep playing this video.
Need to be something that escapes what's called latent inhibition, is that almost everything we see after we've seen it multiple times, we see as a representation of memory. We don't see the thing itself, but fire is one of those things that escapes that, and we see fire as something that's constantly new, plus it's always constantly changing, and we cannot look away from it, just like we can't look away from little children, and we can't look away from sexual beauty. These things all escape the tyranny of our conceptualization. So,
hey,
I just wanted to say something about these two. Like, to me, these two texts, the one you read before and this one, is really one of the most a very beautiful description of reality, based a little bit on what you were saying before, because you have, it says, and God heard their groaning and remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob. First of all, this is also referring to Genesis at the end of the flood, because that's how the flood ends. The flood ends, it says, God remembered Noah. And when God remembers Noah, the waters recede, and then the dove finds the tree, finds the structure that connects heaven and earth. That's what the dove finds. And so you have this verse, but right there it says, he remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And for the first time, you have this hierarchy again coming back, saying God is already giving back the identity to his people. He's already saying, it's like it's not just God and chaos. It's there's this whole story that's there, and he's going to give it back to his people. And then when Moses, so
is that Jacob's ladder? Do you think is that the
definitely
same imagery?
it's definitely Jacob's ladder, the mountain, and the tabernacle itself. When we get the tabernacle to see, it's a representation of Moses' mountain itself, or the mountain of paradise itself. So then Moses, right after that, you have Moses. What happens? He comes out of the desert, come to a mountain, and in that mountain now he sees this flaming bush. He has to remove his sandals. He enters into the sacred space. The sacred space is the text. At least I know St. Gregory of Nyssa really insists on how the bush is a bramble bush. It's a thorn bush. And that's you can see that's the fullness of everything.
Joe Rogan says that
thorns are the consequence of the fall.
Ayahuasca.
The thorns are what God gives as a consequence
all these atheists
of sin.
believe it.
And now here is this thorn bush, which is full of light, but is not consumed. And that's the thing. That's what God gives us. It's like reality can exist in all its multiplicity and all its beauty, and we don't, as Christians and people also in the Hebrew tradition, we don't have this idea that the world is an illusion, that the world is just has to be gotten rid of, and we just need to get to the nirvana or whatever. We have
I don't understand how
the world is full of God's presence, and it's a gift, right? It's good. That's what it says at the beginning of Genesis. I think that's what we're seeing here is this God is present in the world. God is manifesting himself to Moses, but he's not consuming it. It's continuously continuing to exist in its participation in God.
Now I read that so Moses has to take his sandals off to go to do this. I read that that's also his, and this is on commentary on the Torah.
We're basically going to work our way down to our home.
Any claim to ownership of the land upon which he stood. There were ancient Hebrew traditions about taking ownership of land.
Why is he showing me my own chest?
And so to take off the shoes meant to approach the transcendent in a humble way with no claim to possession. And that seems to me, and the shoes, of course, are symbols of identity. Tammy, my wife, she had dreams all the time where shoes represented her current identity. So, all right. And the angel of Lord appeared to him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the bush was not consumed. This is at least...
Yo, I got an ancient cobalt breastplate. What is that? 6 defense. 6 defense increases maximum mana. 6% increase. Same defense. Set bonus 4 defense. Yeah, it's better that I wear the... It's better that I wear this. So I get the set bonus and I don't do any damage. Keen Rally? What the heck is that? Keen Rally? Ancient Iron Helmet? 2 defense. Okay, let's do quick stack. Door. We don't need no more doors. No more locked doors. 4% damage. I'm trying to have a children either through adoption or having a relationship with a woman. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay, I think armor piercing is more important. Yo, look how bright it gets when I turn on my other gear set. Why didn't I do that a long time ago? Do we need the full set of claws? Jungle seeds. Quick stack to nearby chests. Ancient gold helmet, 4 defense. This has 5 defense. Pressure plates. I don't know what pressure plates are used for. Maybe setting up traps or something. I don't know how to do all that though. This is a nice piece of gear right here, but mine's better because I get the set bonus. Okay, we don't need mud blocks. We don't need any more platforms. I'll keep wood on me just in case. We don't need any more torches. What is this? Rash Nature's Gift. 6% reduced mana cost. That's really good, but plus 2% melee speed. That's really good. Allows the ability to slide down walls. Improved ability to combine with shoe spikes. I'm gonna let go of the quick climbing claws. Quick climbing claws. That's a tongue twister. I'm gonna put on this nature. Rash Nature's Gift. I'm also gonna take off this freaking tree costume because Christmas is over. Tin ore, silver ore, honey stinger, torches, campfires. We won't need these anymore, but we'll keep them on us. Okay, I think this is okay. Bombs. Wonder if the flare gun hurts the bee. Warding metal detector displays most valuable ore around you. Detonator displays the depth of critical strike chance. Radar detects enemies. Climbing claws. Replace these with these. Quick climbing claws. Grants immunity to fire blocks. Allows collection of vine root from vines. That's kind of stupid. But it has movement speed. I'll put the Hermes boots. Yeah, this is dumb. I'd rather have... This is sick too. 11 critical strike chance, fast speed, weak knockback. This chat and stream is an experience, I'll give you that. Where's the this thing, warping metal detector. And then flare gun, acorn, archaeologist hat, flare. Those are healing, light platinum pickaxe, deadly bone axe, each iron helmet, quick guard to plant fiber, blah blah blah. Floating depth meter displays depth. This is a better depth meter than I have the lucky depth meter. 4 critical strike. Plus 4 defense. Probably that'd be better. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we got potions. Is there any... What is this? Is there any crazy foods I can take with me? I only have... Okay. Umbrella. To stop fall damage, which I shouldn't need that. The bat, big damage. Slow. This thing, fast swings. The bow, that's going to be our key, number 4. We got the thing in there that... We got the axe. Throw some... Eggnog restores life. Coffee, medium improvement to all stats. I don't have any other foods. What about these javelins? And also I need to equip the proper arrows. So we're going to use our Hellfire arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Dart trap. See, I don't know how to set up traps, so I'm not going to do that. 17 damage. I wonder if there's something I can craft with javelins. I wish Homeboy was here so I could ask him if I could make like poison or explosive javelins or something. I don't know, maybe we'll try that another time. Just looking for good food. Any good food? Violet husk makes dyes, silk blocks, present. Jungle grass seeds. No. Artery? What is it? Is this the yo-yo? Yeah, it's the yo-yo. Axe. I don't need to carry this on me. Increases armor penetration. Immunity to poison. Reduce mana cost and melee speed. 5% increased movement speed. Speed. The claws. Boots. Armor penetration plus 4% damage. I like to wear this instead of the spikes, but the spikes also do 4% damage. Critical strike. This looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. Now I just set up the bar. Healing potions on 7. Food, the coffee will only need to drink once, the eggnog. Arc potion, 8-minute duration, 8-minute duration, 8-minute duration, 8-minute duration. 3-minute duration on that. So we'll throw that on the hot bar. It's an invisibility potion. Stats. I mean, all this is 8 minutes, so it doesn't need to be on the hot bar. Hot bar will go wood. In case I need to just randomly build a quick structure around me. Alright. I think it's about that time, boys. I think it's about time. I think it's about time we fight this bee boss. Then I'll probably finish this video and end the stream. Give me one moment. All right, YouTube, it's time for the Terraria bee boss battle. We're going to try to fight this bee boss for the second time. The first time I got utterly destroyed, but this time I spent a lot of time building an arena. Let me get my inventory fully emptied out. I don't need no ores. I don't think I need stingers. I wish I knew if there was some sort of potion or something I could do with these stingers. We'll keep this stuff on us. Alright. I've got banners everywhere. I've got a house. This is my respawn point now. I've got potions ready. Bunch of different potions we're going to have on deck. And quick tour through the arena. So this house was kind of here already, and I just refurbished it. But we got banners everywhere. We got jelly banners, bat banners. But this is like a second fight area. So this is like a second area of the arena. Little pocket side places with fires that we could run off into. We got fires and whatnot. Oh, now I understand why the claws are better if you have both of them, because then you stay stuck to the wall. There's a lot of man-eaters. There's a lot of bats. A lot of slimes. A lot of everything, but might as well kill some stuff while we go over there. Anyway. So, lots of space to run and fight. Level changes, platforms, torches, fires. Here is the hive. Let me go in here. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna potion up. We're gonna potion up with all the potions. And hope that I don't hit any wrong buttons in the middle of the fight once the fight starts, because that's usually what happens when I die, is I start freaking out and I'm pushing all the wrong buttons. So let's try not to do that. Inventory is pretty empty. All right, we got 10 minutes once we pop the potions. We got 8 to 10 minutes. Some of them only 3 minutes on the invisibility potion. 8 minutes, 8 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes on the coffee. Let's hit the coffee. Let's hit the archery. Let's hit the thorns. Swiftness. Iron skin. Bust out the bow. Bust out the bow. 4. Get up into here. And here we go. Shoot the larva is on like Donkey Kong. If I can't get out of the starting place, I'm going to be in trouble. This is bad. This is bad already. This is very bad. What am I drinking? Why did I just drink all my invisibility potions? What the heck? Oh my god. This is bad. That man-eater was right in my way. And we got slime. Can't kill it if I'm not attacking it. Ugh. Stop. Wrong buttons. Wrong buttons. Wrong buttons. We're freaking out hitting the wrong buttons. Calm down, Josh. Calm it down. Wasted that coffee because I started freaking out once I hit the button. Uh-oh. That one hurts. Stop. I clicked the wrong thing. Clicked off the screen. We're still recording? Yellow health, yellow health, yellow health, yellow health, yellow health. Potions on cooldown. Potions on cooldown. Oh, crap. Why did I jump directly into the... I'm getting hit. I'm getting tore up. I'm screwing up. I'm screwing up. Hitting the wrong buttons here. Stop. Calm down, Josh. B's not as bad as you think. Queen bee is almost dead. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Tear her up. 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 Get closer. Closer is faster. Closer is faster. Closer is faster. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, she's almost dead. Closer is faster. Ow, but when she touches you, it hurts. Oh, when she touches you, it hurts. Watch out for that attack. Watch out, boy. She'll screw you up. She's a man-eater. She's about to die, too. Go, go, go. 86, 86, 21. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. And that's how that's done. Hallelujah. The bee's knees. We are the bee's knees. We finally killed this freaking bee boss. Oh, my God. I think I went way overboard with my arena building. I don't think I needed to do... I could have just done this area right here. I don't know. It was nice to be able to drop down all the way into this other area, but it would have been better if it was just one area with all these banners combined in one area. Woo! Hallelujah. Hold up. Let me go back up there and make sure we didn't miss no loot, baby. Gotta get that loot. Let's go. I never even dropped down to half health once I popped all them potions. Let's go. Hey, we killed the freaking bee boss finally. Holy cow. All right, did I check all the loot? Make sure we got all our stuff. How many arrows did I use? I used all my Hellfire arrows. I think I had 100-something of those. Look, now the bees are scared of me. Now they're like, oh, he killed our master. Oh, he killed the queen. He's the bee master. I'm the queen now, bitches. Pause. I'm not the queen. All right, let's go home and look at the loot. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Goodness gracious, the paper. Where the cash at? What a stash at? What we get? Bee wax times 17. Guarding Death Meter. We should have got an item to summon the bottled honey. We can use bottled honey to make a thing that lets us summon the bee boss so we can fight her over and over again and farm her. Hive wand consumes a hive and it places hives. Vine, ancient cobalt breastplate. We already have one of those. And a hook. Nothing too crazy. I'm not that impressed with these rewards. Bottled honey improves natural healing for a short time. Consumable. That's kind of cool. I like that. I like that. Hive wand, though. What does this do? Places hives. Why would I want to place a hive? Something here is supposed to... Bottle of wine. Bottled honey is... lets you make something that that summons the bee queen. A dang staff. But anyway, that's the recording. We killed the freaking bee boss. Hallelujah. That took forever. Okay. That's the end of the recording. Let's finish this Jordan Peterson video. Finally.
East a great mystery. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when the Lord saw that he turned aside
We're
to
not
see,
even in...
God called him.
We're not even in full screen
out
mode?
of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses.
Are we not in full screen mode that whole
said,
time? Are you
am
freaking
I.
kidding me?
And he said, draw not nigh hither. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet. For the place
By the way,
whereon...
the only
Was that zoomed in? Did I just zoom it
God's
out?
entire
You guys notice
dialogue
that?
in the Bible.
Is...
Take your shoes off your feet.
And
It's
so
just
why...
a cute, meaningless point, but I've always gotten a kick out of it. Where else are your shoes if not on your feet?
From off thy feet.
Yes.
Like, where else
Right.
is
Just
it?
take off your shoes would have sufficed.
Is that in the Hebrew?
Yes. Yes. It struck me as a kid. Where else are his shoes? I don't.
Well, it also means I think that God is insisting that in some real sense Moses stands unprotected and naked in front of him, and because to take off your shoes is and to reveal your feet, that might account for why that emphasis is there, right? And so it's the feet and not the shoes.
Oh, no.
And the shoes are definitely, I mean, they're a fundamental element of culture, and they shield us from our contact with the ground, but they also, in some real sense, elevate us above the ground, right? That's the danger of shoes. We're no longer in contact with the earth. There's a lack of humility by putting on those garments of skin. And we feel invulnerable in a way that we're really not.
I think the best way to understand this text is as a return to Eden. And so in order to return to Eden, he has to remove his garments of skin. And it's like, but what's crazy is the surprise. It's like he removes his garments of skin. And the surprise is to see the thorn bush in flame. It's like, what a crazy mystery. Like, what a...
Well, and well, that's an echo then, too, of the notion that in order to encounter the transcendent in the most real sense, you have to absolutely at 100% accept your naked vulnerability. And you think, well, that's self-evident when you think it through, because how else could you adapt to life in the most fundamental sense without simultaneously accepting the fact that you're ultimately, naked and vulnerable. You're ultimately that, because you're prone to insanity, you're prone to tyranny, and you're prone to death. There isn't any more ultimate on the human plane than that. And so if you can't adapt to that and accept it, then you can't adapt to or accept life. So...
You think that's a big reason, any of you, why so many people have rejected God? They're not prepared to accept their vulnerability?
Oh, yes.
I don't know. I'm truly asking. I had not thought of it in this way.
Well, I think that the rejection, in some sense, of the travails of the saints and the prophets and the crucifix is definitely its rejection of the catastrophe of mortality. Because all of those traditions call on us, and you see this as a clinician. One of the things that clinicians learned across all the different schools of clinical psychology was that the more radically you accept the necessity of confronting what you're terrified of and wish to avoid, the higher the probability that you'll move forward and recover. And we don't know the limit to that. Right, and the Christian question, in some real sense, is the limit to that. It's like, well, how deep into the abyss do you have to look? And the answer is not only into death, but beyond death, into hell. Because if death is what terrifies you the most, you know nothing about hell, because there are many things worse than death. And so the call is to gaze into the abyss as far down as it goes, and that's all the way to the bottom.
But that basic state of vulnerability, of fragility, it
I wonder
does
if I can fight
conjure up a sense of finitude, I think, in the human experience. Finitude and dependence, and a sense of
Yeah, it was
lack.
zoomed in for the battle.
We
Great.
are not,
Great.
in the end, masters and captains of our soul. That we require
monetize
some
off
other
of ads?
orientation to something greater, something on
That's
which
the whole
we
process.
depend. Yeah, absolutely.
And also, I think we have a particular
1,000
crisis at the
subscribers,
moment. I think we can
1,000
see
watch
this in the
hours.
universities with the so-called mental health crisis. And it's linked to
And go through the
this
process.
assumption that human beings should be happy.
Blah, blah, blah,
And
blah.
if they're not, there's something wrong with them. And
So zoomed in for the
and
whole
our
battle. Could you? Oh
ancestors,
my gosh.
grew up
Great.
with the
Well, that
tenet
recording will probably
that
never be
life
released.
is extremely difficult, and that
you probably couldn't
the,
even see a lot of the fight.
path to happiness is extremely demanding.
And also unbelievably unlikely, right? And you
Might
should
have
be
made it look
grateful
better.
when it comes along, but by no means expect it. And then they had a noble vision too on the Roman and the Greek and the Hebrew front, which was not so much hedonic happiness, which is very trivial. And Solzhenitsyn says, well, that disappears when you first hear the boots kicking down your door at 3 in the morning. It's like so much for happiness, that's gone. And then what do you have? And well, that was Frankel's question and Solzhenitsyn's question. And part of the answer to that is, in the face of privation and terror and tragedy and malevolence, you have the great adventure of your life. And one of the things that I think is true is that you find that adventure in truth. Because truth is an adventure, and it might be enough of an adventure. It might be enough of an adventure to justify the catastrophe and malevolence of life.
Our whole
And I
base
wonder
is no
whether
longer
the
on the
erosion of
surface.
certain basic rituals is also generating a lot of problems. I mean, a trivial, well, not trivial example, but
We just got another band
one that comes to my mind was a death in college about 20 years ago of a brilliant young student who was hit by a car crossing the road in the college. And I noticed that the students, the 18, 19-year-old students, were completely thrown by this, and partly it emerged they hadn't been to funerals. Their parents hadn't taken them along to funerals.
Right, to shelter them.
To protect them from suffering. And they'd say, as good parents, they would not allow their children to be subjected to funerals as if the funerals might be damaging them. Now, what I noticed was, in fact, that you had adults, young adults, highly intelligent adults, who were completely disorientated and distraught by death. And I think to some extent because the ritual of funerals.
Well, there's no container for it. Well, my wife remembers when she was 5, her grandfather died, and they didn't take her to the funeral. Now, my wife's parents, by the way, were very good at fostering independence, but they didn't take her to the funeral. And she was shocked by that and never forgot it. And I think the reason is that the message there is that death itself is so terrifying that there's no way a child can apprehend it or bear up under it. And that better not be the case, because that's life, death. And so if that's the case, then life is too much. And so what you do is you bring the child to the funeral to show that. So when my wife's mother died, we were there for her death, and it was a terrible death. She had a neurological disease, a degenerative neurological disease, dementia. So she deteriorated over about 15 years. And first of all, her husband rose to the challenge. Man, it was something to see, because he was sort of a man about town, but when the chips were down, God, he was there. And it was something, man. And then I watched her family deal with this. They're pretty tough. My wife's sister is a palliative care nurse, and the other sister is a pharmacist. And they've confronted mortality, in a noble sense. And what happened in that family was that as they mutually faced death together, and this is also what you do at a funeral, is the bonds that attached them to each other grew stronger and thicker. And so that while they suffered the loss of their mother, which was a genuine loss, they were compensated for it in a real sense by the increase in love between them. And I would say their family, in the aftermath of their mother's death, was much closer and tighter than it was before. And, you know, you can't say, well, that made it good, because that's a cheap out, you know. But you can bloody well say that it made it a lot less like hell than it had to be. And so these containing rituals, your children are a lot tougher than people think, and you need to take them to a funeral so that they can see that the adults, I'm going to be like Dad, and look, he can stand up in the face of death, maybe even in the face of the death of his father, and he can still move forward. And God, you better learn that, because it's coming down the pipelines.
But the text is, I mean, this text is precisely such a ritual, right? I mean, this isn't a live stream of history, right? This is a text written to convey, you might say, the order in history, or God's, the transcendent order in history, and to bring us into that history. And so, you know, when you talk about the ritual of the funeral, for example, that's a ritual to help you understand the horror of death, and to, in some sense, redeem it, at least from the point of view of your own self-consciousness, to be able to understand it. And so I think, you know, when you see these moments that refer to God remembering his covenant and so on, this is in a way showing us that the text is itself a liturgical creation of our own subjectivity, our own memories, such that we can make sense of our lives here and now.
Well, I just want to ask Jordan a question. It intrigued me what you said about your mother's father. He really, it was bon vivant,
yep,
and then rose to the challenge.
Man, it was unreal.
Right. So I want to ask you a question. Prior to the challenge, what would you have predicted his behavior would have been?
Well, I always liked him and admired him, but he was a man about town, you know, extroverted guy.
So
I had
he passed the test, and you would have predicted he would have passed the test.
Not to the degree that he did. It was really quite stunning.
So here's my question, and it's really, I wrestle with it. I don't have an answer. I'm curious to hear anyone on this.
Dude, does Prager have any answers throughout this whole thing, or is he always just,
they have been,
or is he just trying to sound nice?
Do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Not sound confrontation.
Tested.
Does he really want to leave?
Not
That's
really.
Your voice,
We don't know ourselves either.
Then this is a very, very interesting question.
International girl.
Life in America.
Oh, is he leaving for real this time?
From World War II to the last,
please don't.
10 even years ago.
Wait.
Was quite easy for the vast majority of its citizens.
Mm-hmm. By any reasonable historical standard.
Exactly, yeah, which is the only standard.
What will I do?
Is it fair to say we don't know the moral caliber of most of the people living in America, because I think people have been tested in the last 2 years, and I think half of my fellow citizens failed dismally, especially doctors, I might add.
Well, wasn't it Hemingway who said that every generation needs a war to sort out what's important? And
it's a very dark thought.
Yes. Well, it's more, maybe William James would have said something like a war or its moral equivalent.
Whoa.
And that was something James.
Right, or its moral equivalent.
Yeah, well, because you have.
Well, that's what I'm referring to. Its moral equivalent. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well,
so it's interesting. Do we even know ourselves till we're tested?
I don't think so. Well, I think you can make a case for this biologically. Here's a case. This is quite interesting. So you might ask, why do you grow when you go somewhere new? And there's two answers to that. One is you go there and you gather more information, you talk to new people, you see new things. And so you can think about that as a constructivist response, right? Your web of knowledge, adaptive knowledge increases because you've been more places. That's not all that happens. If you go somewhere new and you expose yourself to a challenge, then new genes, the genes that haven't turned on to encode certain proteins turn on, and they flesh out your psychophysiological structure. And you could even imagine Imagine that you decided to take on a new challenge voluntarily. So that'd be part of the heroic journey. Then your biology is going to respond to that right down to the genetic level. And it's going to reveal new potential that's coded inside the genetic structure that's going to make you literally more than you are. And there's this idea that Jung talked about in relationship to the maze in the Chartres Cathedral. So imagine you go into this maze, and then you walk the 4 quadrants, and then you come to the center. And the 4 quadrants are the 4 corners of the world. And you have to pass through all the 4 corners of the world before you come to the center. And the idea there is that you have to hit yourself against all the sharp edges of the world before the full potential of what you are is manifest. And that, well, that has something to do, I would say, also with the idea of the harrowing of hell. Is that you have to face death, and you have to face tyranny, and you have to face malevolence, and so that's hell at that point. And the deeper you peer into that abyss and the more strenuously you wrestle with that, the more of you turns on. And so, and I think that's,
5?
I think that's how, and then you also think, well, how could it be any other way? Why would what was within you manifest itself fully in the absence of challenge? Nothing works that way. You don't get stronger without lifting weights.
So then that leads to another question. How many people, putting aside an easy society, how many people lead a life devoid of challenges?
Well,
pretty small. They just don't acknowledge them as challenges, and therefore don't need to pass the test.
Well, or they're resentful and bitter about their problems instead of seeing them as adventures and opportunities.
That's the age we live in.
Yeah.
If I'm challenged, it's the fault of someone.
Yeah, well, and people are enticed to believe that. But what I've been so heartened by, and one of the things that people have been responding to in relationship to what I've been lecturing about as a clinician, I would say, is when you confront young people, this has especially been true of young men, with the notion that what they should do is strive to bear up underneath the heaviest responsibility they can shoulder voluntarily. They're unbelievably receptive to that idea. And it's so interesting to watch, because it's almost as if all you have to do is introduce the idea, assuming you're vaguely credible. All you have to do is introduce the idea, and it's like a crystal in a supersaturated solution. It just goes, no one ever told me that. And one of the things that's been deeply sorrowful for me is to see
look at all the bees that
those
come off of
ideas
my
have on people, how quickly. And the reason it's sorrowful is because you simultaneously see how much of a lack there is of that idea in our current culture. So, but I think people are there for the call, man, and lots of them, especially young people on that sort of cusp of messianic.
Remember when he was saying his goodbyes? Is he still here?
You know, when the radicals can get a hold of them and make them resentful and bitter. If you offer a better pathway forward, which is something like bear up voluntarily under the catastrophe of life because you have something to offer, right? There's this idea, in the biblical idea, that in some sense, God says this, I think he says it to Moses later, that maybe it's in the Gospels, that it's required that all of the ramifications of the law manifest themselves. It's like a holy requirement. And the idea there is something like, and this is a really terrifying metaphysical idea. It's like, why is there suffering in the world? Why is there malevolence in the world? Well, maybe it's because we're not all we could be. And maybe it's incumbent on each of us, and I really mean each of us, to reveal everything that is within us. And if we revealed everything that was within us, and that would happen as a consequence of this voluntary ethical striving, if we revealed everything within us, God only knows how much hell we could dispense with. Because we have no idea what things could be like if everyone was 100% aiming up.
This might be, forgive me for, I just want to say this is so important, I think.
I can't get that.
I remember in high school, I started an anti-cheating campaign in my grade. And I remember vividly this is really triggering things in me. The biggest reason I had cheated on some tests in elementary school. But the biggest reason I didn't in high school was God was not particularly involved in my decision, which he would have been more so later in moral decisions. I wanted to pass the test of not cheating.
Right.
And I'm just thinking, literally for the first time, maybe that's another good method of getting people to do what is good. Pass tests, pass challenges.
Yeah, well, there is speculation. Yes. There's this, obviously, this scene in Job where God bets with the devil, which is a hell of a thing to do. It's like you're going to bet with the devil, and the idea is that you can tempt Job out of his moral position. And what's God up to? And I had a vision about that at one time, about God presenting man with the most vicious adversary possible. And you might think, well, why would someone do that? And the answer is something like, well, if you know that the entity that you're setting the forces of hell against, in some real sense, can triumph over that, then the positioning of the adversary is actually a call to a greater good. And I think, I can't help but think that that's correct, because I can't see how what is best can be called out of us without us being confronted simultaneously by what is worst.
But I hope I'm not being pious, Dan, by saying that's important, but it's a kind of mid-level test of growth. So you've mentioned responsibility or reaching our full potential of who we are. You can do that in various ways, but many of them are truly, some self-help goes some way towards that. I think what you see here, the call of Moses or the call of Abraham or the call of lots of people in the scripture, the highest responsibility of all is responding in faith to God's call.
Right, by definition.
By definition, the highest fulfillment. I actually dislike my own name intensely, but I was named after a writer whose most famous book is called My Utmost for His Highest.
Right.
And that's
right.
What
well, that's
you're
the
saying.
proper
That's
call
calling.
of the church.
That's calling.
Right.
And I don't think there's any
You've
higher.
written a book on calling.
Any higher version of that.
Well, and here's something that's relevant to that too. So I know neuropharmacologically, I studied pleasure as a biological mechanism, and the intense pleasure that's associated with joy and enthusiasm. So enthusiasm is to be filled with God, theos, and theos. It's to be filled with the Spirit of God. You do not experience joy as a consequence of achieving a goal. You experience joy as a consequence of positing a goal and then noting progress towards the goal. And so a corollary of that is that the higher the goal, the more intense the joy attendant on observation of progress towards it. And so then you might say, if you wanted to maximize the possibility of hedonic expression, not to degenerate into a cheap hedonism, but to maximize it in the most real sense, and this is a Viktor Frankl idea in some fundamental senses, you pick the most noble possible goal, and that's the mountain, that's service to God, again, by definition, right? Because it's service to the highest thing, whatever
y'all still
that
talking
is.
about Jalen?
And then
he's
that
still
opens
lurking,
the door.
hiding
That does literally open the door.
He's still there
It's
listening.
a precondition for the experience of joy. And so these people who are depressed and anxious and miserable, part of the reason for that is that their ethic is scattered. Their goals are diverse and low level. There's nothing beckoning in the distance. And so they can't see progress because there's no progress, and certainly not progress to a superordinate goal. So there's actually no positive emotion. And that's technically the case, because the positive emotion system is a calibration system that produces navigation orientation towards a destination point. That's literally how it functions. So
I think you just described the whole book of Exodus just right there. Like that's really what Exodus is.
Right. Well, that's
like
the journey
the
to the promised land.
mixed multitude that is gathered into, and you can experience that in yourself as much as in a people or in anything. Actually, functions that way.
And
anything you can identify.
Where there is no vision, a people perish.
Right,
where
exactly.
the cultural norms are so
Well, it's
degraded.
It's also the danger of dispensing with an ideal, you know, because the problem with ideals is that every ideal is a judge. So the ideal of beauty is a judge, because who of us compares to the ideal beauty? And the answer is no one, and we all know it. And so the ideal is a catastrophe in that sense.
It's a raging
right?
fire that can consume you.
Yes, exactly. But if there's no ideal, there's no goal. And if there's no goal, then there's no joy. And so what are we going to do? We're going to dispense with our ideals so we don't hurt anybody's feelings. And what we're going to dispense, well, that's exactly what we're being called upon to do. And so we're going to abandon joy. And unless you have the ultimately judgmental ideal, it's so perverse. Unless you have the ultimately judgmental ideal, there's no precondition for joy. God.
But back to Stephen's thing about the funeral and the reality, the history. In other words, psychology and lots of things, you can throw incredible interpretive light. But the highest thing here is that God is the actor in this, and it happens in history. So the surrounding nations, all their festivals were festivals of nature, spring and so on. The Jewish festivals are festivals of history. And they're taught to follow them as if they were there, maybe centuries later. In other words, you've got to keep always that history is the decisive thing here, and in light of history, you bring in psychology. I happen to be trained sociology, bring it in. But history and meeting God, you're into pretty heavy philosophy. Yeah.
You see here, too, that what's put in the highest place, which is so fascinating, is the spirit that calls you to freedom out of tyranny, right? As we said before, even if it calls you into the desert to begin with. And so it's quite the conceptualization of God, is that part of whatever is to be properly put in the highest place is exactly the spirit that calls you out of tyranny. And so, all right, well, let's finish off this chapter. And he said,
"Why can't I just make
draw not
arrows?
nigh hither."
It should just be gel and
This is
wood,
God talking.
Right?
Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. Again, I'm reminded of the fact that this is likely something like a call to humility. I was looking at the Sermon on the Mount the other day, and Christ says in the Sermon on the Mount that those who are poor in spirit are blessed. There's many people who are blessed, but the poor in spirit are blessed. And the question is, what does that mean? And it means something like those who have been brought low enough to be humble enough to be ready to receive.
I don't need to carry 2 bows on me. I can't even. Laughter is the best medicine to face hard times like these.
And I think that's what's being echoed here.
Yeah, I killed the bees.
That's part of the reflection of Moses' nakedness.
That's the best explanation I ever heard.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It took me only 40 years to think of that.
That really helps. Because I've
senile?
never thought, the poor are so special. They're wonderful poor and lousy poor.
No, it's definitely a reference to pride. The poor in spirit are not prideful and narcissistic. I look in Bible Hub, which is a great site.
Right.
You can see 50 translations simultaneously,
Yes.
and so you get the full connotation of the phrase. And if you look at all the different translations, you can see that it's definitely a call to this particular kind of humility. Because one of the things I learned when I was teaching my course Maps of Meaning was that you could decide that you were going to be friends with what you knew, or you could be friends with what you didn't know.
The bee's knees.
Right? And so if you're friends with what you
wooden
know,
arrows,
you try to
bees
prove your
fly out
point all the time. And I'll fall prey to that from time to time.
I can't remember how to make wooden arrows.
Once you realize the depths of your ignorance and you think, well, what I don't know is inexhaustible, and my troubles are inexhaustible. So I better have an inexhaustible source to call on, and I can certainly call on the inexhaustibility of my own ignorance.
How do I shoot a poison dart?
It reverses everything, because all of a sudden the fact that you don't know is actually your greatest hope, because there's always the possibility that if you lowered yourself, Jung said, modern men do not see God because they do not look low enough. So brilliant. And if you can make friends with your own ignorance, then you open up the landscape of revelation to everything you don't know. Well, that's so good if you have a problem, because the reason you have a problem is because you don't know something. And so this is definitely an injunction there, is that the place whereon thou standest is holy ground. And if you're on holy ground, and maybe you're always on holy ground, you should have your damn shoes off and your eyes open. And yeah, well, that'd be a terrifying thing to apprehend. All right, gentlemen, that was That was a good start. Well, these were tough. These were tough ones.
Oh,
You're right. Yeah.
Wait till the 10 Commandments.
Yeah. Until tomorrow.
Good.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you.
You could imagine in some sense that what Moses is having here when he encounters the burning bush is something like an aesthetic experience, right? It's profoundly...
This is that ad you always see. We'll watch Exodus episode 2 another time. I've just been meaning to listen to that. Let's play. It's 12:30. Let's play the thing Mr. Mad sent for me to play. Now Seasouth sent some stuff. Prayer Storm, Roadmap to Deliverance. An interview with James Kayawawalaba. African Warlock encounters Jesus. What the heck are y'all sending me? What's he sending me?
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt.
I think I've played this guy's videos before.
Enoch warned the giants and the watchers of the world, repent or feel God's wrath.
But this guy's pretty high profile. Copy link. I worry this guy might be too high profile. You know? Let's see. Is this the window? Yeah. Yeah.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt.
How big is this guy? It's got 3 points.
Enoch warned the giants and the watchers of the world, repent or feel God's wrath. They ignored his warning. The floodgates of heaven burst forth, and water rushed over the earth, destroying everything. The only thing to survive is a single vessel, a huge ship, the Ark. 5 months later, the waters recede, and the Ark made ground on a mountaintop. A man named Noah emerged, and civilization began again. Some version of the Noah's Ark story exists in almost every religion and every culture on Earth. But did Noah and the Ark...
Some version of the Noah's Ark story exists in almost every religion and every culture around Earth. Yup. I've been done said this.
Well, there's evidence that they did. So much evidence that it was classified by the CIA for almost 50 years. But why classify it? Well, there are 2 problems with the Noah's Ark story. 1, the Ark is much older than anyone thought. And 2, the man named Noah, he wasn't a man. At least, not a man from Earth.
Oh, what the heck is this? Is this some Book of Enoch mess that Noah was an alien? Wouldn't surprise me.
These aren't that weird, I guess.
Human, wonderful. I can't talk long because I gotta get 200 units finished and out the
Yeah, I
door
played
by
this guy's
Sylvan
video
today.
on.
Well, you called me, so...
I'm killing it with these camel toes, and I have to order more fabric, stuffing, thread, no skid bottoms, labels, box.
Alright, this guy kind of irritates me. I've watched his video on John Titor. Mr. Mad. I don't know if Mr. Mad is still here, but he sent me this to watch. But I'm kind of sick of talking to Freddy about dang floods and Noah's Ark. But I'll check this out. Probably not right now because it's an hour long and I'm not. What did Seasouth send me? Are these shorter than an hour? Wouldn't it be cool to go around and collect all my gravestones from all over the game? Okay. Let's do this. Let's get dangerous. They still won't let me make normal arrows. What the heck is going on? I have wood. Tiki torch. Can't smelt anything. I can't. Can you not? I don't understand. I feel like there's a reason why I'm not able to craft stuff. Like my house is incomplete or something. Tree trunks. Look at this thing creeping up in my dang house. Get away. Get away from my house. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Rich mahogany. Gas to press it fast forward. How can these things come into my house? That's crazy. Rich mahogany lantern. What is this thing? Horrible night for alchemy. It's a painting. Is this like... Is this not kosher? Is this not a house? Because it's got weird types of walls. It's got vines and stuff. Do I have to replace the vines with walls? I don't understand why I can't craft some things in my house. And why monsters are able to bust up in my walls like this. Pause. There has to be a reason. Something is incomplete about my house. Like, it won't let me make chests. It won't let me make arrows. I know you need a table and 2 chairs or something. There's mahogany workbench. There's mahogany table. Lamp, wooden fence, torch, flaming arrows, poison darts, wood wall. This is kind of whack. I don't understand why See, now it'll let me make bars. The heck? Are there any other ores in here? Let's see. Tattered claw, marble block, platinum ore. Let's take some bombs and some dynamite. We're gonna go mining. Jungle spores, marble, lead. Door. Rain hat. Lucky depth meter displays depth. Critical strike. Equipable displays depth. Most valuable ore around you. Yeah, we're gonna put this on. We're gonna put on our secondary gear suit, which makes us mine way better. Ores. Honey block, tin ore. Read all the ores we can get. Mud block, no. Gray pressure plate. Collecting all the ores. Then we come down here and we smelt the ores. Seesaw cinnamon. Let me see. How long is it? If it's short, I'll play it now. If it's super long, copy link. Super long, I'm not playing it tonight because I'm about to be done here in a minute.
As we've been looking at the story of Ezra and Nehemiah, the pattern of our ancient immigration back to the land, both then and in modern Israel today, I'm reminded
Ezra
of
didn't
the
play with that immigration stuff.
One time,
This is 3 hours.
early as like kindergarten. I looked at the
All right,
teacher.
well, thank
when
you
he
guys for
shouted at
sending
me,
this in the
and
Discord.
she became
Everybody check
blind.
it out.
What?
But I can't play all
They
this
get me,
tonight.
put me in a.
Maybe we'll watch them another time. But not tonight. See? Well, now I can make an anvil. I still can't make. I still can't make freaking arrows. Why can't I make arrows? Bars. Platinum short sword, platinum bow, flesh catcher, tendon bow. I don't think I ever made the flesh catcher fishing pole yet. Emerald hook, large emerald, copper coin, heavy workbench. I have all this other mess down here. Might as well have a heavy workbench, right? Iron bar type 8. Nah, we don't really need a heavy workbench down here. Technically, I don't think that's a legitimate house because why is it highlighting my own chest? Yeah, that's my chest. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that I have something important in my own chest that I just created. I don't get it. My block, I might as well keep on me. Menacing Bizarre, immunity to poison plus 4% damage. Bezo, immunity to poison. Nice. Ancient golden helmet. Ancient golden helmet. Alright. Enough of this. I've had enough of this. Skeleton. Yeah. Ooh, I want the grants immunity to fire blocks, displays depth, detects enemy around you. We need the claws and the shoe spikes with this, so put the shoe spikes on instead of detects enemies, displays depth, grants immunity to fire blocks, melee speed, displays the most valuable items around you. Okay, so enemy probably the least important. Okay, cool. Deep dive on trolling. January 2nd will forever be a day of mourning. We'll call it Jalen's Giving. Did he pass away? Is he gone? Is he never returning again? Oh no. Oh no. What are we gonna do without him? We're gonna party! We're gonna celebrate like it's 1999. See if I can craft anything javelin. Doesn't look like it. I do kind of want to hold on to these javelins, though, not forget about them. Because I'd like to take them to Dylan or whatever, Sean or whatever my other NPC guy is. Also don't know what this I don't know what this beeswax is for, and I don't know what this hive is for, so javelin and the gladius and the silk, the Hermes boots. I have Cthulhu. Pretty much just taking out the things that need to go with to my main house. Everything that really needs to be transported to the main house will be in this farthest gold chest. Mining potion. Got to the main house. This, 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 this won't be too much. Too much for one trip. Okay, all those things need to be transported to my top floor house. And then all of these also, because these are bars. The rest of this crap. Whatever. Not that concerned. Hive material. Okay. Do I have the bombs on me? Where the bomb squad? Oh, I do have the bombs on me. Okay. That's Osprey Bic lighters.
I recorded
Who
and edited
stormed
my
out of a
45-minute
skeptic
podcast in under 10
interview?
minutes using Riverside, and here's how. After I finish recording with Riverside, I start by using their text-based editor. I have filler words and sections that I need to remove, so all I have to do is drag across what I don't want and hit delete. So I finished editing the episode, but I want to create podcast clips too. And Riverside's AI identifies engaging moments from the recording, edits them into clips, and adds customized titles and captions. And boom, I'm completely
How does the
finished.
AI
I'm sharing my full
identify engaging
podcast
moments?
episode and
Is
clips
that
in
based
under
off
10
of
minutes.
viewership,
Riverside
or?
has single-handedly cut down my post-production time to less than half. But the best thing about Riverside is that you can start using it right now.
What you're about to hear is the most bizarre experience that I've ever had in production of this podcast. 2 months ago, I emailed Peter Hitchens saying, quote, I'm writing to invite you to appear
Why
as a
is it so fast?
guest on the podcast to discuss your work and areas of interest. In particular, issues pertaining to drug decriminalization, whether we are experiencing a moral decline in society and the influence of secularism on this question, and the state of monarchy in the United Kingdom. Before the interview commenced, I reiterated that there are 3 subjects of interest, things that he's spoken about or written books about in the past, and that I've also covered on my YouTube channel. And these are drug decriminalization, God and religion, and the monarchy. To which he said, the monarchy's a bit boring. And I said, you know what? I actually agree with you. Let's not do the monarchy. He didn't take the opportunity to make a similar comment on either of the other 2 subjects that I mentioned. Then we sat down and the camera started rolling, and I asked him if he had a hard out. That is there a time that he needs to be done by? He said, what did you have in mind? To which I respond, ideally, these things run for about an hour, but if the conversation is particularly lively, they can be an hour and a half. I've done podcasts that are 3 hours long. To which he said, well, we'll see how we do, but 3 hours might be a bit long. So as far as I was aware, we were about to have an hour or an hour and a half long conversation about 2 topics, drug decriminalization and God and religion. I had also on my list the issue of the death penalty, but that was only if we had time. That wasn't something that I'd actually mentioned to him. And then something went disastrously wrong. I'm really in 2 minds about posting this because I don't like the idea of posting something that one of my guests isn't happy about. Generally speaking, if a guest tells me that they want to take something out or they're not happy with something for any reason, then I respect that. The problem is that Mr. Hitchens didn't just tell me that he wasn't happy with the interview,
Why am I not
but
sticking
that
to
he
the
wasn't
walls?
happy with me personally, and he did that for 15 minutes. He then went on Twitter and made it quite public that he was recovering from an attempted
Peter
interview
Hitchens?
with me in which I bored him for almost an hour with unoriginal questions about drugs. Since then, he's been tweeting about me quite a lot, and I think I've earned something of a right of reply. I figured the best thing that I can do is simply present the full, uncut interview so that you can make your own mind up about what went wrong here. I may, in a future YouTube video, give you my own views about what I think happened and why I think it went wrong, but for now, I simply give you Peter Hitchens. Peter Hitchens, thanks for being here.
So far, so good.
Suella Braverman last year, after the Conservative Party conference, was reported to have been considering upgrading cannabis to being a Class A drug. And this was amid concerns that it had become a gateway to other harsher substances. Do you think that cannabis is a gateway drug?
No, I think it's quite bad enough itself. It doesn't need to be a gateway to be bad. The potential effects of it on users appear to be, by correlation, to be so serious that it's silly to think of it as a gateway drug to others. It's quite bad as it is. The whole system of classification was designed, as far as I know, back in the early 1970s, to actually make it seem less threatening than the then bogeyman drugs of heroin and LSD, which is why it had a different classification from them.
So do you think that would have been a wise idea, upgrading the class?
No, none of these things have any real relevance at all. The current classification, I think, means the maximum sentence for possession is 5 years in prison and an unlimited fine. That's quite a severe sentence. And the point about the law at the moment is that it's not enforced. Not that the law is not stringent enough on paper, but that nobody enforces it. So upgrading it or making noises about it being a gateway drug won't change that until the police enforce the law, which is what they're paid to do. Then nothing will happen.
Yes, I sometimes hear you mischaracterized as a person who wants harsher penalties for drugs.
People will say things like this. Actually the harshness of the penalty isn't really the point. The point is that there is a penalty, that it's a realistic penalty, and that it is imposed when people break the law. In general, I'm of the view that with enforcing law that with first offences you're pretty lenient. You don't want to ruin someone's life for one offence, but once the second offence kicks in, I think you have to be serious. And at the moment, we're unserious about first offences and equally unserious about second ones. So there is no deterrence of possession of marijuana, which is the principal offence, and so it continues to grow. And people regard it A, as legal, and B, as not really a drug.
Well, describe for me the scene in the UK as you see it. I think people listening to this, particularly American listeners, might not quite understand what it is you're talking about when you say that, at least I've heard you say in the past, that marijuana is effectively already decriminalised in this country.
It's not just me who says that. Many prominent police officers have said it. It is evidently the case.
But to what extent is this the case? I mean, for example, if I were to just sort of walk up to a police officer and smoke a joint in front of them, presumably they would do something about it.
I doubt it.
You think even in
every
every
year on the 20th of April, they have this is 420
of course, yeah.
demonstration in Hyde Park, which the law is openly mocked, and the police just stand around. Unless they're really seriously rubbed up the wrong way, they won't do anything. They'd rather not do anything. It's a nuisance to them. It's for them because the courts are not interested, and the state is not interested. Police will only enforce laws when they get the strong impression that the government wants them enforced, and they have been getting the strong impression for years that the government doesn't want this one enforced, so you can't be surprised when they don't do it.
And in some places, even in the UK, there seems to be not just a sort of inability to enforce this law, apparently, from the police, but also, I'm thinking, for example, recently of Scotland and the suggestion of drug-taking rooms or something of this sort.
All these things. It's like drug testing units at rock festivals and so forth. All these things are designed to mock and call into question the law itself. As a signatory to the Universal Drugs Convention, and also as a member of the United Nations Security Council, Britain cannot legislate, not seriously, to abandon these laws because it's signed international treaties saying it will have them. But what it can do instead, and this has been known to drug decriminalisation campaigners for years, is it can just not enforce them, and that's what has been going on, first of all informally and then more and more formally, especially since the Runciman report and the London police experiments of the early parts of the century. It's just become a de facto legalised drug, and anybody who wanders around London will smell it all the time.
And I guess I'm interested in why this might have become the case. I mean, there are a lot of people who want drugs to be officially decriminalised in this country. I've made videos in the past on my YouTube channel talking about the subject, and I'm broadly in favour of the decriminalisation of drugs, although it's a fairly malleable position to me. It's not something that I've thought about a whole lot. I'm wondering, in other words, a lot of people will listen to what you're saying and think to themselves, well, okay, but this is kind of a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing that the police aren't enforcing the law.
These are all people whose children have not started taking marijuana at an early age. Those who have, well, in many cases, know very well the reason why they should worry about it, because although, as I say, we have no causal link, we have a growing correlation between the use of marijuana, particularly at an early age. It's not exclusive, but it's strongly so, between the use of marijuana and mental illness.
Yes, I got it. I told you.
Once that's visited,
I told you.
Hey, people understand that there might be reasons for worrying about it. But those who haven't experienced that,
I've never watched this before, but I predicted it.
Values.
There seems to be a correlation between high use of marijuana and high use of retardation in America.
It became common in the 1960s. It's a very old thing.
He said mental illness,
also,
but
the smoking of marijuana, the
basically
rolling
the
of the
thing,
joint,
right?
the passing round of it, the sharing of it, is a sort of ceremony. Holy Communion, or unholy communion, if you like,
true,
of
too.
the
I don't
60s
care what you
generation.
say. I don't care what you
it's
say.
It's also very much linked,
Faux Rogan.
Referred to in
Go
a
do some
huge part of the
DMT.
music, which people listen to. It's part of the culture. And many of the people who were involved in that culture have permitted their children to take drugs at home, and they know their children take drugs.
You are in
and they're
denial
worried
if
that
you
their
don't
careers might be impaired if the law is enforced, so they're against it. That's the crude way of putting it. They themselves
I can be a
don't
pothead
believe in the law,
but at least I'll
and they
admit
think
it.
that their own children should not suffer from it.
But surely, I mean, it's conceivable to have a person who is broadly, as I am, in favour of the decriminalisation of drugs, officially speaking, that is. But at the same time, think that we shouldn't be giving drugs to children. I mean, just like with alcohol
Yeah, but
and
if it's
smoking,
okay
these
for
things
the
are
adults,
legal in this
it
country.
becomes
but
a model for the children.
It's not legal to sell these things to children.
No,
It's
but
not legal,
they get into the hands of children, and if they were commercially on sale, if the drug were legalized, to say it's been in Canada, so it can be bought in a shop, then it would be more available to children than it is now. I think, certainly from Colorado, one of the United States where it's been legalized, there is a certain amount of
Don't try to deny that.
its use
Don't even
among
try
school
to
children,
deny
which has intensified following legalization. I don't think anyone can really claim
He's going to argue
if a
that.
drug is
He's gonna
legalized
say,
and
well,
put on
the
general
studies
sale
don't show
and ultimately
that it
advertised as well,
has had a
that
detriment.
young people will not use it.
The highest art.
The studies don't actually show that.
Even though it's technically illegal for them to do so. Anybody in their teens can obtain alcohol, and they can also obtain cigarettes, and these things are on wide sale in many cases in smuggled and illicit forms, which they're not illegal in themselves, but they are smuggled, and in the case of alcohol, illicitly made. So it's absurd to imagine that if you made it easier to get hold of, then more children wouldn't get hold of it, because they will.
I'm sort of imagining a situation in which.
Correct.
I guess what I'm asking is, what is the ideal law here? I mean, is there something? When I asked you about the decriminalisation of drugs a moment ago, you immediately talked about children. The fact that.
Well, I mentioned it because it's the most obvious thing. I refer to anybody who tells me that marijuana is harmless to Patrick Coburn's book, Henry's Demons, about the experience of his son Henry. I've known Patrick for many years, and I also known Henry, and I have witnessed what happened to him, and it's deeply
that's an
disturbing and
anecdote.
saddening event in the lives of that whole family, and particularly above all of Henry.
Good.
It's very hard to resist the conclusion that it's the result of his.
He was good up until now. Now he's
his
just going
secondary school in Canterbury. So I think this is one way in which it comes home to people. I'm not saying
an
there
emotional,
are no other arguments
an
against
appeal
it.
to
There are plenty of
emotions
arguments against
sort
it,
of
which I can
argument,
make.
like.
Make this whole interview about why
Oh, I
marijuana
saw my
should
friend's
remain
kid
illegal,
get
indeed, why the law
addicted
against
to
it should be enforced.
marijuana, and it's so horrible.
I've written a book about it.
So you're appealing to
but
emotion,
I don't particularly want to go on and on about it. These
some
arguments are
mama
well known.
mentality.
People can look up the book that I've written, particularly The War We Never Fought, on this subject, if they want to know what my detailed arguments are. This isn't really the forum for going on and on about
I do have the book somewhere in this room. I should have it here so I could wave it in front of the camera. But we'll make sure a link is in the description and show notes to that book.
Well, I'd love it if you did, because it was so it was so badly treated by the review mafia and the publishing industry that it became known in the publishing industry as the book they never bought. I couldn't get anybody to review it except a couple of abusive reviews in 2 left-wing newspapers. It was almost impossible for people to find out it existed.
I remember, in a lot of the interviews that I've heard you give on this subject, you often say, look, I've written a book about this. The kind of stuff you're talking about here, I've already written about this. I have the information.
Yeah.
You can go and find it. So, I've been reading this book, and I suppose what I wanted to do was follow up on some of those threads that I think potentially weren't fully addressed in the book. For example, you talk about the comparison that's often made between cannabis and alcohol and cigarettes, but specifically in relation to what we've just been talking about, children, for example. Smoking tobacco is still legal in this country, and many adults still do it, but there's been such a successful, almost propagandist re-education campaign about the dangers of smoking that young people, it's falling off the map. Young people just don't smoke anymore like they used to now.
No, they vape instead, but I don't think that really tells us very much. It's not. It hasn't just been a propaganda campaign. It's been the use of the law. People, particularly employers, anybody who runs any large building, and particularly anybody who runs a pub or a restaurant, is very much afraid of the law and of the strong civil law consequences in this case of allowing the smoking of cigarettes on their premises, and that's been the real driver of the.
They kind of crack down everywhere. I guess even in Britain,
approach taken to cannabis.
Well, I just
smoking cigarettes on the property.
If you use the law, then indeed it can. If there were the fundamental law which enables you to act against the smoking of marijuana is the 1971 Misuse of Drugs Act, even in its, which is a very, very fault-filled piece of legislation, but it's perfectly applicable and could be applied. In Japan, they have a similar law against possession of marijuana, which they apply, and as a result, certainly, let's not say as a result, because no, causation is the hardest thing in the world to prove, but there is no doubt that both Japan and South Korea, where its possession is still severely prosecuted and punished, are both societies in which it's much less used.
That's true. Although the Abbey Care group, which is
right, you ain't never heard no Asian dang potheads
struggling with addiction, cite South Korea as the fourth most alcoholic.
Don't you even tell me
by,
Cheech or
in
Chong.
males, that is,
One of them was
males
Asian.
with
I don't
alcoholism.
believe that. I think
It's the
one
fourth
was
most toxic.
Mexican.
And I wonder if
that's his baby. I can't
I'm
address
pretty
that.
sure one
Japan
was
has
like
a
Hawaiian.
problem with
American.
workaholism,
I
for
have to
example.
say, so what?
I don't think was one Cheech or Chong Chinese, one of them.
Their alcohol laws, that's fine by me. I myself would very much favour much more stringent alcohol laws than we have in this country.
Yes, that's
the ones that we had before the middle 1980s, before the Thatcher government began to destroy them and the Blair government then totally destroyed them, were quite effective. And there was much less drunkenness.
I think
much less drinking when those laws existed than there is now. I'm all in favour of bringing that back, and would do so if I had the power to do so.
What I'm asking about, or I guess what I was implying there, was that we sort of trade one problem for another.
No, you don't.
Yes, there are effective cannabis laws in South Korea and Japan, but this might just be trade one problem for
you can repress them both. Until the 1970s, this country had neither a marijuana problem nor a major drink problem. It did repress both in different ways.
What I was trying to pull together a moment ago was that when I asked you about cannabis and children,
What are
you
you
said
talking
that
about?
the
Y'all are awkward.
decriminalization of cannabis will cause more children to have access to cannabis.
Well, it will. I mean, it's just a truism, basically.
Sure, we can grant that. We can grant that.
No point arguing about it.
But then we're talking about
still haven't
tobacco,
found a
asking about
dungeon.
why young people aren't smoking as much. Say it's effective enforcement of the law. And what I'm saying is,
we got
can't
lob.
there be
Partly effective.
We got lob.
It's partly because they've switched to vaping.
Perhaps. I mean,
No, the vaping is epidemic now.
I agree that that's
Particularly
I
among
agree
the
that that's the
young.
case, but I don't know if that's exactly why
the
they
elf
stopped
bar and the things like that. They're incredibly.
Yeah, they just
people were
don't
already
smoke.
smoking
They don't
once
smoke
before
anymore. But they're
vapes
still
were on the
vaping.
scene.
I don't know about that. Who was measuring it? Certainly, there was still a lot of smoking going on visibly. Particularly among the less, how should I say, the less advantaged in society, where smoking tends to be concentrated these days.
What I'm imagining is a situation in which cannabis is decriminalized for adults, maybe over 21s or something like this, and there is an effective law in place that really clamps down on any attempt to sell, provide, or allow for the provision of cannabis to children.
Yeah, well, okay. In that case, the problems of marijuana for people over 21 will still be a problem, which are considerable.
And those problems, primarily for you, seem to be about the effect on one's mental health.
Well, I think there is absolutely no doubt at all that there is a strong correlation between
I died in lava.
and decline in mental health, even if it's just the decline to the point of view where the person becomes incapable of.
Man, this is an hour-long video. I'd like to watch it, but we're not watching it tonight. It's 1 a.m. I gotta go, guys. Hey, we didn't respawn it. Why didn't we respawn at the other place? Why did we respawn here? Oh, you know why? I bet it's because I expanded the house and I didn't build in the walls right. And so it's not a fit house to make a home. Yo, who's this chick with green hair? We got some green-haired freak in our house? Shop? What do you sell? She sells seeds. She sells a moon glow planter box. My ears ringing. Purification powder. The heck? Sunflowers, grass walls. Guide to environmental preservation. Prevents you from accidentally destroying the environment. While in the inventory, right-click to deactivate effects. Prevents you from accidentally destroying the environment while in the inventory. Huh. Dirt rod magically moves dirt. Pumpkin seed. Flower wall, moonglow planter box, blink root planter box. Oh, planter box so we can grow. I still don't even know what the point of why can't I? Why can't I place the moonglow planter box? How do I place it? Oh, crap. White flower seeds, yellow flower seeds, red flower seeds. Okay, I don't really need any more of that stuff. I don't know what all that is. I don't know what all that is. It was a fun night, everyone. Josh killed the queen bee, and Jordan Peterson didn't cry once during the Exodus discussion. True story. True story. We'll watch episode 2 next time. And I gotta kill the king slime. We could have killed the king slime tonight, but I was too distracted by this bee. Yeah, we'll see if there's anything new I can craft. Still nothing new. Wooden arrows. Oh, it takes a stone block. Okay. We need wood, by the way. We are low on wood. We are very low on wood. Definitely need lots of wood. I don't want to forget that I need wood, so I just want to chop up some wood now. Look at this alien. still haven't really done much exploring in whatever biome this is. And I still can't mine into this dirt. Maybe next time we'll just do a wood collection stream. Because this one I was focused on the boss and building the arena and not dying the whole time. Maybe next time we'll just do a chill resource collection stream. Just collect some resources, build stuff. And then just cut down trees and build stuff while we wait for a, this is called shade wood. While we wait for a rainstorm, because I need a slime storm to kill the king slime. Shade wood. I don't know what no dang shade wood is. I ain't never heard of no dang shade wood. Watch us try and get wood on the internet. Sounds legit. You guys want to watch me? You want to watch a whole stream of me just trying to get wood the whole time? Oh, that's horrible. No. No, guys. It's not inappropriate. It's completely appropriate. Okay, with that said, I'm ending this stream. I'm done. We killed the stupid bee. Let's get out of here. Exit that. Bye, YouTube. Stubborn one got jokes. Stubborn one got jokes. I'm gonna head out. Have a good night, guys. It's late. God bless you. And I will see you next time. Peace.